this works, we can just tell them to go ahead and go. Find it.
Let me know the exact date, because depending on the date you're going. So, yeah.
The 10th. Okay, you ready? Okay, hello, hello, hello. Okay, so we're golden. Yeah, and that's about right. There's usually about a 10-second delay. Alright, and crap, have I got all this other stuff ready?
You want to just put it on the waiting screen?
No, because these guys are going to start here just a sec.
Oh, okay.
We're just get rid of enough roadblocks for them to do it.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think we're good.
All right, Commissioner, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Iron County Commission meeting this morning. Today's Monday, the 10th of May, 2021. We would like to start out this morning with Lori Eichelberger, our manager of our Justice Court, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by our County Attorney, Chad Dotson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads before thee at this time, and we give thee thanks for this beautiful day and the chance and the opportunity that we have to gather together to think about and conduct business for our local community here in Iron County. We're so grateful to live here. We're so grateful for the blessings and the people that live here. We ask that thou would have thy Spirit attend this meeting, that as we make decisions and we contemplate things before the commission, that we will do so wisely and in a spirit that will benefit the majority of the people in this county. We're grateful to live in this blessed land, the United States of America. We're grateful for the freedoms that we enjoy, and we ask that thou would bless all of our leaders on our national level and local level, that we would be mindful of the things that have made us great and made us special throughout the history of the world. The United States Constitution, we ask that we would remember that sacred charter and honor that document. We're again so grateful for the many blessings that we enjoy in this spot of the earth, and that we would do all that we can in our capacity to ensure that it remains a beautiful place. And we say these things humbly in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. So we have the the minutes from our April 12th, 2021 meeting. Have we had a chance to look at those, and is there any discussion?
I don't know that.
We didn't get them.
I would say, I don't know that.
Oh, did I not send them?
No.
See, I don't know that I didn't have a chance to look at them.
I'm so sorry. Well, we can hold off.
Let's
I had. I thought I'd send them to you, but wow. Okay.
if we can, let's just hold off on those for a minute.
Yeah. Didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
I was thinking. I didn't have a
all.
chance to look at them. I didn't know that anybody else.
Yeah, I was,
Well, you
I was
guys
watching
need
from
to
the
go Mike
through.
looks, and I'm like, good.
All right,
So sorry.
that's okay.
I'm thinking, well, maybe I just didn't get them.
Let's move forward to departmental reports. Invite.
Sorry, the
Oh, sorry. Even. Oh no. Well,
payment of claims.
no, I have that. It's just in a minute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're on it.
If I get out of line, if I get out of order, then the whole meeting's gonna be off
Right.
kilter. Chad, we'll invite you back up to start us off this morning.
Thanks for having me. I just have a few things I wanted to talk about. First, I wanted to thank the commission for approving the new position that we filled a few months ago. Chase Troutner is our new attorney. He's been a great asset covering the justice court, and that caseload has really helped all the other attorneys in the office with processing cases. So thank you very much for that. Looks like we're hoping to get into yellow phase. As soon as we go into yellow phase, according to the Supreme Court, we're going to start having jury trials again. So that's going to be a big development in the office. They want us to do a mock trial in June, so we're going to plan for that and kind of do a dry run essentially. But that's a good development. We're looking forward to seeing cases move forward. We're starting to feel the backlog pile up. As I looked at some of our cases, we still have 6 pending murder cases. Not all of those from this last year, but the majority of them were. But we do have an older one. 16 rape cases that are pending, waiting trial. 10 just general sex offense that I categorize as child sex abuse, forcible sex abuse, and child pornography cases. 60 assault cases. The majority of those are felonies, and 102 DUIs. Those are just a few categories that I pulled, but we have several cases that are just hanging out there waiting to be resolved by a trial. So that's a good development that will move forward. So far in 2021, we've processed 514 criminal complaints through the office. Have been sent through the various law enforcement agencies for our office to prosecute. So that's not unusual. That's probably par for where we're at this year. Just a note on a couple of bigger cases. Shout out to some of the guys in the office. We had a significant case that was sentenced. 2 individuals from Ohio were driving through Iron County going at excess of 110 miles an hour. Took police on a high-speed chase. They were finally spiked and stopped when they were taken to the UHP office. One of the troopers was preparing some paperwork, and one of these suspects snuck up behind the trooper and tried to take his gun out of his holster. That's a first-degree felony, disarming an officer. So both of those suspects were charged with that offense and convicted, sentenced to 5 years to life in the Utah State Prison. Just given the gravity, if you watch the video that was posted online, such a scary situation and outrageous conduct. So that was a good outcome. Can't tolerate that kind of behavior, especially from putting our community and our law enforcement personnel in danger. Along with that, we've had some successes in our drug courts and mental health courts. Folks that are graduating, doing well. There was an individual in our mental health court. When he first entered the program, I would have never thought that he would have had success, just given the nature of his charges and his behavior. But he's going to be graduating soon, and he's actually probably going to be hired on by Southwest Behavioral, which is great. Wow. So those are some good outcomes on the other end of the spectrum. You help the ones you can, and you incapacitate the ones that are dangerous that you can't. We have an asset forfeiture that I've just delivered to the auditor's office in excess of $10,000. This stemmed from a case, a pipeline case we call them. Highway Patrol pulled over a vehicle. Drugs were indicated in the car and $50,000 that were vacuum sealed. And he didn't know anything about it. It wasn't his money, but he believed it was the cartel's money. So we took it off his hands. The asset forfeiture process there is a very valuable tool, and we use that. My policy is to only use that as part of a criminal case, and that's what we did here. But we'll take that money out of the cartel's organization. We'll take our cut and give it to the county. So that's good. Budget's looking good. It's on track. So no issues there. Of course, we'll monitor that as trials come. I don't anticipate there being any issues there. We're looking good. A new crime lab opened up a couple weeks ago. I had the opportunity to go to that ribbon cutting. That's going to be a huge asset to law enforcement and public safety here in southern Utah. The amount of time it takes to process DNA evidence is going to be significantly reduced, and that's a good thing. We're excited about that, as well as it's going to bring, I think, 10 jobs. They're going to hire 10 people to be forensic scientists here in Cedar City in Iron County, so that's a great thing. Other than that, I don't have much to report on. The office is great. I have a great team. Can't praise them enough, and appreciate their hard work and appreciate the cooperation of all the other county agencies. Is there any questions for County Attorney's Office? Yeah.
I guess those forensic people will come from out of town. We probably don't have any of those sitting around, do we?
You know, I think
Or do
hopefully
they-
they're going to
or do
work
they
with the university. Yeah, there used to be a program at the university where they had a forensic science advanced degree. It went away some time ago, but I'm hoping that they will use that, and hopefully we can hire people that
Okay.
are local. But yeah, that's a specific
Yeah.
it's a specific job criteria. So it'll be interesting where those folks come from. Anything from?
No.
Okay. Like to keep them quick.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Stephanie at the Children's Justice Center.
Right. One slide on my PowerPoint did not update, because we had that ready since last month, but I'm gonna give this to you guys.
Okay.
I'll give you mine when I'm
Okay. And do you want me to pull that up then, or?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I put together just kind of a PowerPoint, so I thought it'd be a great time for me to just familiarize Commissioner Wood with kind of the Children's Justice Center and our amazing partnership that we not only have with our local governments in Iron, Beaver, Kane, and Garfield County, but also our state government, our federal government, and then, of course, our public, which our community. So as you know, I'm the director over the Iron, Kane, Beaver, and Garfield County Children's Justice Center. We started out in Iron County here. We saw a need in Beaver County, and we were able to get those doors opened. And then, of course, Kane County, and then our most recent one is Garfield County. And since Garfield County is now complete, the entire state of Utah is covered and has access to Children's Justice Centers, which is pretty phenomenal considering that our partnering state, Nevada, which is just right next door to us, only has 4. And so it is quite an accomplishment. I am just always a huge advocate in regards to the way that our legislators in our great state of Utah just really where they hold children and families, and it really does make a difference. And then this just gives you a little bit of example of kind of how Children's Justice Centers work.
It's being
This one is actually the Beaver County Children's Justice Center, and we were selected by Intermountain Healthcare, Select Health, for a grant, and they did this great video for us and just kind of walks you through kind of what kids go through when they come to the center.
What's the dog's name?
I'm no clue.
Well, now you're gonna have to learn her name so you can be friends, right?
She's probably like a guard dog or something.
Sometimes kids don't think that people will believe them, and that's why they never report abuse. But we want your voices to be heard, and we believe the things that have happened to you. My name is Teresa Wood, and I'm the Victim Services Coordinator for the Beaver and Garfield County Children's Justice Centers. Children's Justice Center is a place where small voices are heard. We are here to help families through investigations when child abuse is suspected. Our community is full of so many good people. I think sometimes people take it for granted that there's things going on in their backyard, that there's things happening to children that they don't want to think about. In 2019 alone, we had 59 cases of child abuse that we helped with, and in 40 of the cases, one of the suspects was a parent or step-parent. And so that's why it's so important for us to educate the parents, the community leaders, just helping bring that statistic down. Before there was Children's Justice Centers, the kids had to go to like the police station or the county attorney's office, and they would have to tell their stories again and again. They'd have to talk to several different people in uniform, and it was scary. And so Children's Justice Centers were formed with the idea of, instead of bringing the child to the services, let's bring the services to the child. So from the time they step into a Children's Justice Center, there's somebody going to be on that child's team as an advocate, just helping them. A lot of times that's when the abuse stops. That's when their story changes. Children are amazing. They're so resilient, and they can go through so much and just come out on top. And they're so loving and so trusting. They need somebody to stand up for them and to help them. It makes me feel good to know that I'm there helping them through a hard time. Right now in the state of Utah, 1 in 4 children is either physically or sexually abused. And our goal is to let every child know that we're there to help them and that their voice can and should be heard. They can stand up against what's happening to them.
Thank you, John. That is Teresa Wood. She's our victim advocate. She covers our Beaver and Garfield County Children's Justice Center. She is amazing.
What's the dog's name?
Mine no clue.
It's okay.
Well, now you're gonna have to learn her name.
A lot of times I'll have people ask, it's the questions came up like, why am I covering 4 different counties when I'm located here in Iron County? Honestly, financially, that's the best feasibility. I mean, if the state had to fund directors in every single county, for example, Garfield County, so far, we've only had 7 cases this year. So to fully, either part-time fund or fully fund a director would just not be financially responsible. And so it makes a lot more sense, especially for our rural communities, for a director to have a main center and then have satellite centers that they're also over, where we handle all of like their grant information, any of their financials, and then of course, staff. And so we are in partnership with Safe and Healthy Families with the Primary Children's Medical Center, which is up north in Salt Lake area. And we are so very fortunate that we have them as a partner as well. They really help us, as well as they help our local law enforcement and our Child Protective Services when they're working on getting those medical exams done and those reports. And so we'll listen to Dr. Brooks Keeshan, who has worked really close with us with our medical program, as well as he's a great resource for us when we have any type of issues with kiddos that are having some mental health issues, and we need someone, kind of outside of our local expertise to kind of help us. And so we'll just hear from him for a few minutes.
As a mom, I was terrified. I knew that it would change my life forever. But I also knew that my girls came first, and that sexual abuse is not something that can be hidden inside a family.
Is my kid going to be okay? That's the number one question that all parents want to know the answer to. And I think that the reality is that when we're able to utilize the Children's Justice Centers and the professionals that work within the Children's Justice Centers, most often the answer is going to be a resounding yes.
A misconception that people have about the Children's Justice Centers is that we only see children who have been sexually abused, but I think it's really important to recognize that children can have a variety of things happen to them that would benefit from being handled by a Children's Justice Center.
The first step was, you are safe and you were right. This is uncomfortable, this is wrong.
As a mom, and knowing that she just had to tell her story this one time, and it was going to be in a private, quiet setting with not people walking around, that eased my mind a lot.
So it used to be that before we had children's justice centers with active MDTs or multidisciplinary teams, that each agency or profession who were involved in the care of an abused child did everything separately. The idea that we can have a centralized place where the child is given the opportunity to tell her story or his story one time, and that story can then be shared with all the people that need to know what happened so that they can go do their jobs, it is a huge, huge benefit to children for not having to go through their story over and over again.
We have learned that the voices and experience from all the professionals who deal with children bring value and perspective to an investigation and a prosecution.
A lot of times parents perceive the process to be similar to what's on television. They expect that, the detectives are going to be gruff and very stern with their children, where that's completely opposite.
They understood that they were still working with a child. So I wasn't an investigation, I was a child.
You've now given me the tools and my friends the tools. There's a lot of professionals now that you don't have to carry this burden anymore.
The reason they're coming is so that we can make sure that their body is okay. And even when they don't show signs or symptoms of anything going on, sometimes people worry that there's something wrong with them. So my team's job is to make sure that their questions are answered in a way that they can understand and that somebody can check them and make sure that they're okay.
For parents, I think a lot of times they come in there and they don't have the answers. They might not even have all the questions that they want, you know what I mean? They're kind of in a lost place. And so the CJC can instantly start to answer some of those questions and then also provide them an ongoing avenue of resource and support.
You're going to be treated with respect. Your child is going to be treated with respect. You can take this horrible, horrible incident that has happened and make something positive out of it.
They know that families are coming through the door because they are experiencing the hardest thing that a family should experience. So nothing really needs to be said. You're just taken care of.
The Children's Justice Center really brings together people and teams of people to start that healing process, to start looking out for the interests of the family and the kids.
We have a large number of children's justice centers that go from the Idaho border all the way down to St. George and out into the basin. And the neatest thing is seeing how each one is representative of their community. And they all look different, they all have different feelings, but they all are providing the same service.
Coming into the CJC allowed me to realize that I wasn't the one in trouble here. It was so nice to have that comfort in a time where I was unsure of myself and I was trying to explain and get out what had been locked up for so long.
With the right circumstances, a child can find some real positive, empowering experiences. Being able to say with protection, you hurt me and it made me feel bad and it's not okay, that's powerful for a child.
Many, many years later, I come back here because I had some vague memory that I loved it. And when I walked through the door, it all came back to me. And then all of a sudden, there was no other place I'd rather be.
I know that I needed their encouragement. I needed them to say, it's going to be okay. Your children matter. And they need to have the best beginning of their healing process. And the best beginning is to bring them to the CJC.
That was actually left by a child in Salt Lake County when they went in the room. So pretty impactful, definitely. So thank you, John. So it just kind of gives you a little bit more insight in regards to the Children's Justice Centers that are, across the entire state. Like they said, even though we all do the same type of service, we all kind of look a little different because we definitely want to reflect our communities more than anything. And that's what's so important about the partnership that we have. We don't need to show this one. It pretty much went over that one. So once again, when abuse is suspected, the child's brought to Children's Justice Center. I always have people ask me, like, they always think sometimes, like, does law enforcement or DCFS go pick up the child and bring him to the center? No, that's not how we usually do it. We usually ask for a non-offending caregiver to bring the child to the Children's Justice Center. Of course, we don't want the alleged perpetrator to bring them there. And from there, they meet and they talk with a trained investigator, whether it's law enforcement or Child Protective Services. Once again, why Children's Justice Center is designed to help the children feel safe and comfortable. And like we said, we bring the services to the child rather than the child having to go to all of the different entities that they used to before. And that really does make a difference. Photos of our centers here that we're responsible for, of course, Iron County, Beaver, Kane, and Garfield. Like I said, Garfield is our most recent one, and that was just this past year that we were able to get that up and going, and we're super excited about that. And just pictures of the inside. So once again, it just talks about, what used to happen. Like they said before, they would have to take the child to law enforcement, DCFS, prosecutor's office, medical, to the hospital, and then of course for mental health, and it was just a mess. And so you can understand why so often, previously parents would say, absolutely not, I just don't even want to pursue anything, because it was just so hard and so difficult taking your child from one place to another. And of course, again, what happens now? They just come to the Children's Justice Center and we bring all of those services to them. So let's talk about our multidisciplinary team. We have here in just Iron County alone 32 different partnering agencies. It is quite a wraparound service that we provide for families. So every time a case comes into the Children's Justice Center, we put it on our multidisciplinary team meeting, which we hold every first and third Thursday of the month, where we staff the entire case. The investigators talk about what happened, where we're at. We look at what resources are available to the family. Are they seeing a mental health therapist? Yes. Do they need a medical exam? What school are they in? So we can go ahead and give those therapists kind of a heads up, as well as those school counselors, to make sure that we're just really providing the best service possible to these families. If there's, say, an issue in regards to the family with maybe just some parenting skills that maybe they acquired from their own parents, and it's kind of not the best, parenting style. Currently we link them with, parenting classes as well. And so through our multidisciplinary team, which is composed of, any of our local law enforcement agencies, sheriff's office, local police departments, Division of Child and Family Services, we have Southwest Behavioral Health, we have counselors from all the schools, we've got the Canyon Creek Women's Crisis Center, the Family Support Center, the Guardian Ad Litem's office, the Assistant Attorney General's office. So there's quite a few different individuals that all come together, and hopefully collectively we can come up with some really great solutions for these families to get them on the road to healing.
Sorry, were you done with that one?
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Go ahead. So once again, all the services we provide, the forensic interview, this is all happens right in the Children's Justice Center. Victim advocacy, which is our victim advocates in the center. Medical services, which is provided by Primary Children's Medical Center. It's great. We don't actually pay for for the nurse practitioner and the nurse to be in our building. Safe and Healthy Families actually takes care of that, and I know that they do get some appropriations from the state of Utah in order to cover that as well. Our mental health services is provided through our VOCA grant that we have, which is the Victims of Crime Act, which is actually federal fines. It's not taxpayers' dollars. And unfortunately, this last year, it took a huge hit on the federal level. And so I'm sure you guys have heard Bree from the Sheriff's Office as well with her victim advocates, that we've had to take a 10% cut this first year and a 15% next year. And that is where our mental health services is really going to be getting a hit. Fortunately for us at the Children's Justice Center, I had told you guys before that we were fortunate enough that the Cambria Foundation, which is through the National Children's Alliance, actually awarded the Children's Justice Centers in the state of Utah $1 million to help with any mental health services. And so we are very grateful that we are getting that here. And then, of course, community outreach always. The forensic interview, you guys had an opportunity to see that. It's a soft room. It's all video and audio recorded, which is great because then Chad's office is able to use that. And Mike's here, but their office is able to use that during the prosecution, during the preliminary hearing many times, which is great, rather than having the child have to come in during the preliminary hearing and sit before the judge and tell them about what's happened. So we're actually able to use that audio and that video at that time. What's also nice is not only on a prosecution level, but I like to explain to people that also if, say, there was an allegation against yourself, it is great that you have that interview that's video and audio recorded, so that way your defense attorney can also see how were the questions asked. Was this a narrative from the child? Was there any leading questions? And so it really is a great tool to have that video and audio recording completed. So once again, we do victim advocacy. We help with child protective orders, information for parents, emotional support. We do case tracking through our system with the Attorney General's office, and we provide all of that information to not only the state so that they can keep track of where we're at, but also the federal government as well. We do case review, and we work with safety planning and, of course, referrals to other resources in the area. Once again, we already talked about the medical exams. It's free, and what's nice is Mike, you guys are able to use them, right, during court to be able to call them in regards as well. And so that is so nice that we're here in Iron County, but we have the expertise of Primary Children's Medical Center right here in our backyard. Mental health, all of our mental health therapists are free of charge. And like I said, we have one that is at Canyon View Middle School. She does go over to Canyon View High School. The school district actually has their own therapist as well in some of the other schools. And then we also have a therapist in Parowan that covers Natalie Counseling, covers Parowan. And then I've got a therapist, Charla, in Kane County, and we're actually just recently started contracting with a mental health therapist in Garfield County. So we are super excited to be able to have access to them. Tons of community outreach. It's very important. Like I said, you know, the partnership that we have is on a local level, a state level, a federal level, and the community as well. Just really getting the information out there. I mean, there's many times that we'll have a family call the CJC and say, my child just came to me and told me this. I don't know what to do. And I want my child to be seen there. And so it's really nice that, you know, people, we opened our doors in 2002 here in Iron County. And so it's really nice that we are really becoming a familiar name within the community. So that way, in case anyone ever needs us. And like I said, we do a ton of community outreach. We just recently had a youth church group that came and did like a bunch of landscaping and stuff for us just a couple of weeks ago. We've got our local fun run coming up this Saturday. We're excited to have that this year. We weren't able to do it last year due to COVID, and so we are happy. This morning when I checked, we normally have almost 400 runners. This morning I checked, we have 110 registered. I know that I've got GAF. They always put in a huge team. They will probably put us up to about 150, 160, and then on the day of, we get quite a few. So I bet we end up with about 175 runners this weekend. It's a run walk, and so it's a great time. We also have our Dancing with the Community Stars event, which Commissioner Blake won 1 year. So my comment to everybody is you don't have to be a professional dancer in order to win Dancing with our Community Stars. And so we're really hoping that we can hold that event this year, because last year we were not able to hold it either. And I mean, we almost have a sellout every year in the Heritage Center, and that doesn't happen that often. I mean, people come out. We are super fortunate that we had Fred Adams and Scott Phillips with the Shakespeare Festival that just kind of took us under their wing, and they've just helped us with that. And I know we're going to continue to work with Scott this year, and we will miss Fred horribly. We've received quite a few different community awards at the Children's Justice Center as well, which we're super grateful for. And then different funding resources. Every year, Cedar City contributes $10,000 towards our program. The county doesn't contribute any actual hard dollars, but we do in kind. And Dan is actually going to work with me on trying to come up with that number. We have not been able to quite put a number with that, just because nobody's been ever tracking it. But, we're looking at supervision. We're looking at, the auditor's office cutting checks, Carrie with payroll, just different things like that. We really need to get an idea about what that in-kind number looks like. And Dan and I just talked a few months ago, and he's going to work on helping me kind of come up with what that number would look like. The state gives us almost $189,000 a year. And want you to remember, that's to cover 4 counties. So that's not a lot of funding that is coming in regards to state. And so we're super gracious that we did, that I was able to obtain a VOCA grant. I just put in for that grant. That grant runs from July 1 to June 30th, and we should know next month sometime if we get that grant or not. That grant is responsible for about 70% of my victim advocates and office coordinators' time and their benefits, as well as my mental health therapists and training for all of our local partnering agencies. National Children's Alliance gives us about $7,000 a year. I received a $25,000 grant last year in order to open Garfield County Children's Justice Center, and then United Way gives us about $5,000 each year as well. And that's just kind of if you need graphs, bars. Of course, we have our Friends Board. Our Friends Board is kind of our fundraising arm of the Children's Justice Center. Every Children's Justice Center has one. It's really great because they're the ones that actually do our fundraising. And what's really nice is, for example, the funding that you saw that we received from the state and we received from the federal government, you're not allowed to use any of that funding for like any types of bricks and mortar. So say that our furnace went out, or say that we needed a new roof, or we needed new stairs or anything like that. We are not allowed to use any of that type of funding for those items. And so what's really nice is that the Friends Board is able to raise fundraising in our community, which will help take care of that for us. And so we actually are in the process right now of getting some shaded area in the backyard of the center. It's super hot during the summer, and we try to get them out there because it helps kind of run off that nervous energy for them to go outside and play. And so they're going to be using that funding for that, as well as they're putting a new porch. Our porch has been there since 2002, and we have re-drilled that, Trex steps back in, and it just keeps, kind of coming out. And so we want to make it a little bit bigger. And so it's really nice that we've got this option for Friends Board to help us out with different funding sources. Of course, we have an advisory board. And actually, this just recently changed. So it was in state statute to have an advisory board originally. And now the way that it's set up, we do it all through our local county government, is through our advisory board. And so there's certain people that are supposed to be on that advisory board. And so it's like your chief of police, your sheriff, a county commissioner, someone from the university, somebody from the hospital, someone from mental health. So just kind of like the supervisors of those different partnering agencies, those the entities to be on that board, and they are an advising board. And of course, we help pay for a lot of training, which really helps quite a bit. We were fortunate enough that we were able to bring forensic interview training here locally. Mike is a trainer, Mike Edwards, Chad, Tom Bird from the Sheriff's Office. We got quite a few where we have locals, because it used to cost me about $2,400 per investigator to send them up north in order to be trained. And so we were super fortunate when Troy Little was here that we were able to develop our own forensic interview training locally on a local level, and it makes a huge difference. And we actually have one coming up here in a couple of months. And so we really want to make sure that we continue to keep the skill set of our professionals at an expert level. And so we want to make sure that we cover training for them as well. So. And then once again, you've got your statewide child abuse statistics, just so that you have just some reference for it. Iron County, and I don't want anyone to ever think that there's more child abuse going on in Iron County than any other counties, because that is not the case. And that is also not the case when you talk about the state of Utah, because I see that all the time on different commercials and different things like, wow, look at what's going on in Utah. Why is there so much abuse going on? Well, when you have 25 children's justice centers in the state of Utah that are actually investigating child abuse, and you have 4 in the state of Nevada, of course, we're going to show that we have more child abuse going on because it's actually being addressed and it's being taken care of. Same with Iron County. We have such an amazing team here of professionals that, like they said, not only do we see children who are sexually abused or physically abused, but we see children who are like, like drug endangerment, witness to domestic violence, witness to homicide. So pretty much any crimes involving children get seen at the Children's Justice Centers. And so each county kind of does it a little differently, but our partnering agencies here in Iron County have really seen the benefit of what it does for families, and so they bring all of those kids. So that's why it always seems like our numbers are higher, because we're just seeing a lot more of those cases. And then just more stats that you can all look at. You'll have access to that. And then that was the actual, this is the one that I gave you guys. Just kind of gives you an idea. 2020, of course, was a rough year because, kiddos weren't in school because of COVID. And so many of our referents, of course, are, school teachers and such. And kids were pretty, isolated, and they weren't around a lot of other adults that they could really share that information with. And so we're just kind of, getting back into, developing a safe space where kids are feeling like they can go ahead and let us know what's going on. And it gives you a breakdown of all the different counties, as well as the medical exams that are done, and as well as the therapy that is taking place as well. And these are just some of what do families say about their CJC experience. Since I've been here now for 19 years, it's really interesting because I've actually have now seen the 3rd generation walk through the doors. But so many times where myself and my staff, or even I'm sure Mike has had the same thing, having different people walk up to you in the community who have had to receive services at the CJC, and just how gracious they are and how thankful and how it's really helped their family to the healing process. And so this is just a few of the things that we send surveys out to families where they can just kind of give us some great feedback on this. Okay. Thank you, John. So just a little bit more insight, and really wanted to share that with you, Marilyn, as you come on board and you're a part of the CJC. And so, is there anything that you have any questions or anything you want to say?
You answered all of them and more.
Okay. Good. So come out this Saturday if you guys can. We have our fun run. It starts at 8:00. It's a walk run. It's great seeing, and we started doing it from the CJC a few years back. We used to hold it in the park, and I don't remember which brilliant person said this, but they said, you know what, Stephanie, why don't we start it at the center? So that way families and kids can see the center before they ever have to be here. So we start at the center and we go up the hill, we jump onto one of the city trails, and then they're on the city trail, and then they come back to the center, and we have it opened. And so that way people can go in, they can walk around, and they can really familiarize themselves with the facility. And what's great is when kids do have to come back to use the facility, they'll say, oh, I was here before with my parents when we did your fun run. And so they kind of have, some of a familiarity with it. So
what time does that start?
It starts at 8:00. And we usually get around to like all of the awards and stuff probably about 9:15 to 9:30. And then this year, the American Diner is actually putting on a pancake and sausage breakfast for all participants. So come out and come with a full, empty belly so that we can go ahead and get you fed as well. And we were super lucky this year. JAF had purchased all of our medals for our participants this year, and so pretty excited about it. So.
That's great, because usually after the event, we all go to an All-American Diner.
We usually do, and so
we're all packed in,
yes.
we're all squished in there, so this is that sounds convenient.
Right, exactly. Anyone have any other questions at all? No?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What do you got, Lori? Can you beat that? Have you
No,
got
never. I really, I just thank Stephanie, and her passion is always, it's amazing.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Lori.
Everything is pretty status quo. I've just included there, as I usually do, an image of our budget, and we are currently on track. We, from a staffing standpoint, we did lose a clerk a couple of weeks ago. We were sorry to see her go and wish her the best. And we have posted that with Commissioner Cousins' blessing. We are we're extending that posting because there's just some trouble, I think, with unemployment. I think it just seems to be impacting the applicant process. So regarding the court, we're still conducting hearings telephonically and remotely using the WebEx system. We, and I think I mentioned to you last time that we have not been holding small claims because most of our, individuals that file those are pro se. There are some attorneys involved, but it's a complicated process for people not familiar with the legal system. And so it will be best served, Judge Miller feels, when we can do it in person. I did want to point out that from a budget standpoint, we were able to utilize some of the items that we were approved for. We've now got our jury room doubling as a training room. So we were able to get the TV monitor and the computer set up, and much of our training, I think, in the future will be held remotely, which is probably going to save us from a budgetary standpoint. Doesn't look like we'll be doing things, that require travel. So just regarding the reports that I've got there for you, pretty flat in terms of the comparison from 2020 to 2021. We're in the major categories, maybe 450 less citations filed. You do see some increase, a couple of DUIs in the increase. Assaults up slightly by 5 over the year before. Controlled substances up by 20 cases. And domestic violence, actually 11 reported less cases filed from the year before. And then from a revenue collected and revenue retention standpoint, I would say that's pretty flat. So you can see there in red. It's not probably even very noteworthy. The last form that I have there, or graph, is just the citation comparisons, which just kind of reiterates what was on the, on the Justice Court recap. About 546 citations filed less this year than last year. So we're still processing, moving along. Everything is going pretty smooth, and if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer. Not near as vibrant as the presentation before mine, my God.
I just really appreciate how smooth things go there, and you do such a good job of.
Appreciate it.
I mean, you guys for as drama charged as the potential of your office, with the court and things, you guys are always kind of under the radar, and just put your noses down and work. I really appreciate that.
I appreciate that. I tell you, we've got. Every clerk that's there, I mean, they own their duties, their responsibilities, they care, and they do an excellent job. So a big thank you to all of them.
You're a great leader in that office. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thanks for all your work.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Commissioner, go with Commissioner Cousins this morning.
Okay.
First.
I've got a couple things. We had a successful food distribution happen last Thursday. We had a USDA part of the CARES Act funding. I guess the way I understand it is when COVID hit, a lot of the restaurants shut down and a lot of the farmers didn't have a place to deliver their food. And so they started a program called Farmers to Families. And they had boxes of food. We had 1,248 boxes of food show up Thursday. Truck was supposed to be here at 6. It showed up at 4 o'clock that morning. They got their wires crossed. But it worked out really good because the driver just dropped a trailer in the church parking lot, turned on his refrigeration unit, and kept the food really cool. And which was nice because we just unloaded as we needed it that night. We were under a lot of pressure to unload it, have it sit in the heat, so it worked out great. I loaded up a pallet. There was 26 pallets, 48 boxes per pallet. I loaded and sent one to Enterprise, the western part of Iron County, at noon. And then we loaded, I think we loaded 2 pallets for Parowan around 4:30. And then we had different entities. Greg and Ann Powell with CIFA, Cedar Interfaith Alliance, were really helpful in this. If I can find, let me see here. I'm just going to maybe note a few of the places. So we had Peggy Green with Care and Share sent out a lot of emails to people that she thought could use the food. So we really don't know how many of those came, but we had a lot of individuals' cars come through. We had the Paiute Tribe. We had a lot of food go to them. Canyon Creek Women's Crisis Center, Family Support, SU Hope Pantry, a lot of the different LDS stakes in the valley. We had the Lutheran Church, Baha'i, I hope I'm saying that right, Episcopal, Presbyterian, Kingdom Hall, and the Westview Church. So we had a lot of good coverage in the valley. These were boxes of food that were 30 pounds per box, and high quality food, and we were able to get that out, and so that was successful. It was a little stressful wondering how many were going to show up and everything, but it worked out perfectly. We're going to have another delivery on the 20th, and so we're going to kind of just cookie cutter what we did last time. We did at the last minute. We had about 4 pallets left over, so we were a little stressed about getting that, but we put a little notice on Facebook, and a few more people came and got food to distribute to people they knew, so it worked out good. So we'll do that again, like I say, on the 20th. And the other thing I wanted to report, we had a water meeting with the state engineer. That was
April 27th.
April 27th, yeah, and talked about they're doing a groundwater management plan for the Parowan Basin, and they're going to start looking. A lot of these valleys back in the day were over allocated with water rights, and they're trying to bring the valleys into using the safe yield. This valley here in Parowan, they talked about the safe yield in this valley is 22,000 acre feet. They're using all 30,000 of their water rights in this valley, and so in the Cedar Valley, it's like a 1934 and older cutoff, where anything newer can be in jeopardy. In the Parowan Valley, the cutoff here they determined was about a 1952 cutoff, and so they're just this state engineer's duty or job is to make sure these basins stay in safe yield and have sufficient water to care for the residents forever, and so that's their goal, and there's lots of things that we discussed in that meeting. The Parowan Pumpers are the main organization that were in that meeting, but they discussed they're just starting that process. I served on the Groundwater Management Plan Committee for the Cedar Basin for 4 years, and it's quite a process of they want state engineers Austin work with. They want the community to come up with ideas and solutions with recharge and importing and conservation and those things to try to solve these water problems and work through that. So they're just starting that process, and it'll be good. So that's all I have.
Great. Commissioner Wood.
Hey, I just wanted to thank Paul for heading up that food program. I had another meeting I had to be to, but was able to go afterward. And when I got there, he's like, call everybody, we got to get rid of this food. So we started texting and calling, and it was awesome because all of a sudden gone. So it was pretty neat. So there's another organization, you know, the one that Paul was involved with. They're going to do that again on the 20th. Well, there's another organization that's through the Extension Office, a lot of different, the Extension and the Farm Bureau, some of those agencies. We went and participated, Sheriff and Mike and I. Paul was out of town that time, but down in St. George and distributed a lot of food. It was a lot of food.
Over 1 million pounds of food.
Yeah, 1 million pounds of food. It was crazy. But anyway, they're going to do that again on the 19th, and then Paul's is on, you know, the one that Paul's doing, we'll go help him with that one also. Will be on the 20th. So the one on the 19th, I think a lot of the social services people on food stamps and that type of thing, they have been told about this, and they'll come from 4:30 to 5:30. But after that, then others are, whatever's left over, others are encouraged to come and get that food also. So I'm not sure where they're holding it yet. It wasn't in the email, but you know, we'll get that out as soon as we, you know, can. There'll be the Extension Office is kind of been in charge of that one. So last Tuesday, I was able to go to the ribbon cutting of the Dixie National Forest, their new Cedar City office there on Main Street. We've probably all watched it go up, and it's a beautiful building. Kevin Wright and Veronica Magnuson introduced this new building and did the ribbon cutting. It was kind of fun because if you notice out front there's a horse-drawn grader, a slip grader and that actual grader was one of them that built Stout Route 14. That actual slip, you know, horse-drawn grader helped do that, and that State Route 14 was built in 1912. So that, you know, probably a lot of that road was built by horse-drawn equipment. So that's kind of a fun little history note. Paul talked about the water meeting. I went to that also, and I just, you know, we want to tell, you know, Parowan if there's anything that we can do as a commission that we'd be happy to, you know, try to help them with that, with their groundwater management plan. And then on April 30th, we had a little, the elected officials on Saturday got together, and Mike Milton came and talked to us all about fire and the way that the fire program works, and that it was very interesting. And Mike was there too. And then I'm sure he'll talk about that afternoon and that type of thing. But anyway.
I'll just mention that really quickly. This was a region-wide disaster exercise. The disaster for this was a scenario of wildfire if it were to get to Cedar Highlands. The things that I want to mention about that were just the interagency cooperation. We had fire departments from Iron County, Beaver County, Washington County that participated in that, as well as the state of Utah, the BLM, and our federal partners. So you put an activity together. You can't really light a wildfire and, you know, respond to smoke and things like that. But the things that they did concentrate on were evacuations of the subdivision. Actually had deputies from the sheriff's office knock on every door in the subdivision and had them actually evacuate if they wanted. And when they did evacuate, they responded down the canyon to the command center where they coordinated with the Red Cross. And so the Red Cross was able to practice. These folks were able to actually find out what would happen in the event of an evacuation. Probably the coolest thing that came out of it were if you have a bunch of regional firefighters come in that don't know each other, now they do. There was a conversation between the Canaryville Fire Department and the Dameron Valley Fire Department. Dameron Valley says, wait a minute, if we got in trouble and we called, you guys would come? And Canaryville's like, absolutely. Call and we're there. And it's because of those relationships that they actually build during these exercises. It was just really good. Iron County Emergency Management was there and fully deployed. The Red Cross, the Sheriff's Office, all of our fire departments, representatives from Cedar Police Department. It was good. It was really good. I'm just going to mention one other thing really quick. That's kind of directed towards Sheriff Carpenter. Last week we had an unfortunate suicide here in Iron County. We have a newly formed mental health unit. Deputy Brenda Pyers is leading that charge. This literally occurred across the street from my house. I walked over when this occurred. When I got there, Deputy Pyers was already there, and Deputy Mankey as well. This was a very emotionally charged scene. This was an individual that had been missing for a while, and they kind of had a search party that located the decedent. So it was a very emotionally charged friends, family. There were quite a few people there, and these two deputies were awesome. They were managing that scene very well. Now, on top of that, they left with the family. They continued to provide services to the family to assist them with making funeral arrangements, to make sure that they had victims advocates that responded. And I've talked to Deputy Pyers several times following up over the next few days. And I mean, I think this is a prime example of how this program is meant to work. Unfortunately, this was a family that they were working with that did end up in a death. So it's kind of worst case scenario, but the response from those two deputies was awesome. Investigators and officers from the Cedar City Police Department were there, the Southern Utah University Police Department, and everybody mentioned, they're like, ooh, man, I'm glad those guys were here. They really, really did a great job. So kudos to those two deputies that responded. It was cool to watch them in action and use their skill set. I wouldn't expect any different. I mean, they acted like they always do, but that was a good example. That's all I've got. Won't belabor it. The only thing left on the 9 o'clock calendar is the approval of claims for payment from April 26, 2021 to May 10th, 2021. Any discussion or question?
You want me to move that?
Please.
I'll move for approval of claims for payments from April 26, 2021 to May 10th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that is approved. Let's come back at quarter after. That just gives us like 7 or 8 minutes. These breaks really are helpful. Sometimes we're able to get things lined out so that we move a little bit faster throughout the rest of the calendar. So if we come back in about 8 minutes at quarter after, we will move through the rest of the calendar. don't see any more activity around the podium.
You're all set, I think.
All right. We'll move ahead with our 10 o'clock calendar. Item number 1 is a public hearing. Approval regarding proposed adjustment to the 2021 budget, presented by our auditor, Dan Jessen.
Thank you. Before we open it up to public, I will give a little presentation, and then we can answer any questions. If you'll bear with me, I am going to talk just a little bit about some of the things that are going on in the economy that may or may not affect the county. Normally, I only do this at the public hearing when we adopt the budget at the end of the year, but a lot of things are happening and moving. So just wanted to real quick have a couple of slides on the status of the economy in general as we react to what's going on. First of all, in Utah economy, some real interesting stuff. One of the strongest in the country. Unemployment is back to pre-pandemic levels, which actually is a little too low. It's a little bit underneath the target unemployment rate. This is pretty obvious when you see everybody is hiring and not everybody's able to fill those positions, including we struggle at the county to get some positions filled. As you can see, Utah's unemployment rate is at 3%, which is really, really low. It's good to be up to full employment, and it's certainly good to see how Utah has reacted. As far as Utah's GDP, this is as of Q4 of 2020. These numbers lag. Utah is at 7.1%, which is the third strongest in the nation. It's really quite impressive. Now, not every county in Utah is the same. We see a lot of this growth up by Silicon Slopes and everything, but Iron County generally is doing pretty good. I couldn't talk about the market without talking about how crazy times are that we live in. The graph you see there is the total market capitalization of Dogecoin versus the likes of Ford and Uber. So right now, Dogecoin is worth about $30 billion more than Ford is. Dogecoin is based on a meme. It's a joke. It's a cryptocurrency. But it is valuable because people keep buying it. This is the market we live in right now. It's valuable because it's funny, and people start buying it. So some other things are a little more sobering. This is the housing market. Utah is the blue line. These are median home values. Utah's median home value, or I think it's medium, is $408,000 versus the U.S., which is $272,000. That's a 14.8% increase year over year. This is Karsten's area where he deals, of course, but it's just insane to see what's going on there. Of course, we know that we have some serious problems with the supply chain, lumber and steel. These are lumber futures. This isn't the price of lumber. This is lumber futures, which is the market betting on what's going on with lumber. But it's just insane. The reason I bring that up is because what's on everybody's mind right now is inflation. The Fed's target for inflation is 2%. We've been consistently at 2% or just below 2% for quite a long time. We're still technically under that, but there's a lot of flashing indicators that are flashing red right now. Everybody's starting to see prices. Warren Buffett, everybody's talking about inflation. The Fed at this point is saying that they're not worried about it. They do expect some transitory inflation. They do expect it to go as high as 3%. And what they're saying is we transition out of the pandemic. There's a lot of people that are afraid that it is going to be bigger than that and longer than that. Time will tell on that. But you can see that consumer demand is really high as everybody has extra cash. The raw materials, the cost of everything that goes into making everything is going up. So lumber, steel, just everything is experiencing major inflation. Corn is at an all-time high, all kinds of things. Plus, you have the federal government, which is just printing money like crazy and dumping it into the economy. So all of this has a lot of potential ramifications. What is the effect on that for the county is the question. If there is inflation, if it jumps up considerably, two things. One, we have homes cost of living in Iron County isn't what it used to be. It used to be that we could job wages were low, but it was okay because cost of living was low. Right now, the single biggest thing affecting cost of living is your home, your mortgage, and that's skyrocketing. So that's a challenge. The two things that Iron County's budget deals with the most that could be affected by inflation is our cost of labor. Of course, mostly what we do involves our people. And as our people's costs go up, and as competitive wages go up, we're seeing wage inflation, which normally is a good thing, but the county has to react to that. We have to take care of our employees. We have to be able to hire employees. So that's a big factor to keep an eye on. And of course, the county buys goods and services. The county can't just go out and increase wages like a business would. If the cost of a business's inputs, their things they manufacture or whatever they buy is going up to some degree. It's not always just really easy, but they can increase prices to some level. The county, we're takers, we're price takers when it comes to our revenues. Property tax is flat. By definition, there is no inflationary component built into property tax. The only time our property tax literal dollars go up is with growth through the new growth calculation. So as more homes are built, we get incrementally more property tax, or garages are added, or things like that. So property tax really doesn't help us out when there's inflation. Another major source of funding for the county is sales tax. Of course, we know sales tax follows whatever the market is doing, and sales tax is a percentage of the total. So sales tax can adjust with inflation, but it's a little bit more volatile. And if people stop buying, then of course it goes down, and so forth and so on. So anyways, another big factor that we look at is interest rates. Generally speaking, we're collecting revenue on fund balances that are sitting in the bank. And so when interest rates are really low like they are now, our revenues from interest go down. Anything that we bond or borrow, we have to pay interest. The single biggest thing that we're looking at right now is a new jail. We're going to lock in at some point. When we get to that point, we will lock in an interest rate on bonding for that jail. Interest rates are tricky. We're hoping that we can get far enough along in the process and we can lock in our bonds on our interest rates before they start to climb. If the economy starts to run too hot too fast, the Fed will have to react, and it'll start bumping up interest rates that they control. Interest rates are reacting to markets, right? But the Fed does have its rate that it sets, which does set a tone, and a lot of things are tied to that. Just to give you an idea, on a $40 million facility, and it increases as the interest rate increases, but a 1% increase in the interest rate that we have to pay over the lifetime, say a 25-year bond, will cost us about $6 million in additional interest over the lifetime of the bond. So you can see why this is a big deal. We want to lock in a low interest rate. On the flip side, cost of building right now is insanely high. So hopefully we can get it when building costs finally start come under control, before interest rates start to climb, and that's when we build our jail. So trying to time it is going to be really difficult, but we will keep an eye on interest rates and bond rates. Okay, on to the budget. I have the budget. I've had it in my office for display. I've sent it to the commission. Usually what I do in this meeting is I go through and I hit the highlights. There's always a bunch of just small housekeeping stuff that I do in the budget, which I don't go into every single line item, but I do hit all the main line items, and I'm totally willing to answer any questions that anybody has, commission or the public, when the public has their public comment period. But I'll just go through and hit the highlights. First of all, the federal government passed a law called ARPA, which is the American Recovery Plan Act, and this is one of those trillions and trillions in printing money, as we know. When the CARES Act happened, we got money from the state. With ARPA, we will be getting money straight from the Treasury. The deadline that the law provided to the Treasury to make this happen was 60 days from the time that it was certified. Well, 60 days from the time that it was signed by President Biden is today. We haven't so much as heard a peep out of Treasury yet. We expect them to reach out. They will have some agreement that we'll have to sign, and they will have further guidance. We're expecting a lot of guidance. In fact, the NACO, which is the national version of UAC, National Association of Counties, the NACO president or chair, whoever it is, sent a really long letter, you ought to read it, to Secretary Yellen of the Treasury, asking Janet Yellen for a whole bunch of things. We're all seeking guidance. They said the CARES Act did this and this and this and this. We would really like it if you could give us some guidance and see whether ARPA will do this and this and this and this. We'd like you to give guidance on this. You said infrastructure. What do you mean by this? Please give us a definition of that. It's like 5 pages. We're waiting on a lot of information before we can really start really considering spending this money, because in the law was 4 short bullet points, and they were very truncated. There wasn't hardly any information on them. So, but I have included in the budget for us to receive that money in grant revenue, and I just have a basic, just a couple of lines to spend the money, but it's really just not even. I mean, it just says ARPA jail, ARPA sewer project, and I just threw all the money in there. We won't go through anything of spending money. I also added new line items in case we wanted to do different things. Chances are, when we finally get down to brass tacks, there's 1 million requests. There's a lot of requests coming in for the use of these funds. When we get down to brass tacks and we actually get guidance from the Treasury, then we'll be able to start saying what we're going to do or what we're not going to do. What I did at this time is I went ahead and budgeted to receive the money, and I need to counterbalance that. We're not just going to stick it in the bank. We're going to spend something. The amount that I put in there is $5.3 million. The number is actually, obviously it goes right down to the penny, is half. We will get half of it now, the way the law reads, 60 days after the certification, and we will get half next year, approximately 1 year from the first payment. So, really not a lot of information there. We're kind of just in a holding pattern, but I have integrated it into the budget so that we can receive the money. Cedar City Fire bill jumped way up, even higher than because I anticipated a growth from previous years. This was the 4th year of our increase as with our agreement with them, and it jumped way up, even beyond that, like $92,000 higher than the budget we put in, which was an estimate. We're takers on that. I try to guess at it, but I'm missing pieces like what is Cedar City's fire budget, and what is the new relationship of value for the unincorporated county versus Cedar City, and that's not known until January, and we have to budget this in October, right? So anyways, adjusting the budget up to pay the Cedar City Fire, pay Cedar City for fire services in the Cedar Valley for like $92,000. Another thing that I have built into the budget, we have made some changes, some employee changes. When I say employee, I mean salaries and wages, different positions approved and stuff since the budget was created. Those of you you've talked about in meetings and approved, I've just integrated those into the budget. The recorder, Carrie, she's been working. This has been a multi-year project to digitize all of our records. We went through the process to hire an engineering firm, and they have been working on that. They've actually been really moving quite quickly, and we basically budgeted to do half of the remaining in this year and half of the remaining in next year, and it looks like they're cranking through it so fast that we may end up doing it all in this year. So we went ahead and budgeted to do the remainder of it in this year. Hopefully, maybe they'll get it done, maybe they won't, but we wanted to add it into the budget so that we wouldn't go over. Additionally, we added a small amount on top of that. There's so many transactions going on in the county right now that the original budget that we put there and the original plan, we've now added so many additional recordings that we don't want to get done and it's obsolete and they're still a year behind. So we added, I think it was 14,000 in to make sure that when they're done, we're actually up to date. And then from that point, we can take over and keep up with the new stuff. So anyways, that's added in. There's always a lot of small grants that we're made aware of after the budget is created in October and November, and so I've added those in. All of those come to the commission meeting and you guys talk about and approve. So there's a few of those. I will talk about a few specific ones in here. One of which is in Newcastle, we have gone to CDBG and asked for grant funds. We're also going to ask CIB for some grant funds. They may or may not all be grant money, but I have budgeted it as they are receiving money. We budgeted to receive $500,000. I think it was 200.
200 from CDBG, and I think CIB is 200, right, Reed?
And CDBG, I think, was 3. And the total project is 6, and because we're going to put in 100 of Iron County match dollars. That's the way it's budgeted, 600 expense, 200 and 300 coming from the two agencies and 100 from us. So that's budgeted in there. Time will tell whether they will actually give us that, but we have to budget it in order to apply. So it's budgeted. I'm not going to steal the sheriff's thunder, but we have obtained a Firehouse Subs grant, which he'll talk about, but I have gone ahead. You're on the budget. You're on the thing to talk about that. But I built that in. It's a 100% grant, so in revenue and expense. Sheriff will talk about that. Indigent Defense Grant Modification through the CARES Act, they made available just under $10,000 for our defense attorneys to get scanners and things like that. I thought I heard somebody back there. So I've added that into the budget. We already get $90,000 a year from Indigent Defense. And there's 2 NRCS large projects. They're both watershed projects. One in the Cedar Valley. It's what we call the Lower Coal Creek. And there's one in the Parowan Valley. Both of these did not make it into the budget, but they're 100% grant funding for engineering studies. Senior Citizen Centers, you know, we used CARES money to do a big expansion last year. It was a really great thing. It was a Herculean effort. If nothing else, the timeline and the building environment, Paul pretty much took this project on his back and pushed it through, and it was pretty impressive. As we got done with that, we knew there would be some change orders and some things come through. Finishing the parking lot and these little small things that weren't included in the first thing, and now we're going ahead and finishing those.
Well, and one of the reasons too is we, normally when you build a building like this, you'd have maybe a year to hire an architect and do the engineering and go through all the details. We did it in about a week, and so we knew there was going to be some unknowns and some unforeseen things, but where we were able to use CARES Act funding, we figured that the risk was well worth it, and it turned out. So.
Yeah, and we're spending about an additional 90. Parking lot, just some really good things. That is one of those projects that we're really proud of, what we were able to get accomplished for the money, especially in May of 2021's terms.
We dodged the bullet on the price increases on material too. I'll bet if we build that facility now, it'd be another $200,000 just with price increases.
Pretty shocking. So. Also, we're using we had some trust money. And we're using that to help out with some of the furnishings and stuff on the inside and things. So that's all added into the budget. And if anybody has an extra little time on their hands, they ought to go look and see what we've done with that facility. It's pretty impressive. Shakespeare Bond Reserve, we made the payment last year from the reserve account as our tourism taxes were taking a dive because of COVID. Between the restaurant tax and the hotel tax, that's where we make that bond payment, and both of them were crashing. So we made the decision to make the payment out of a bond reserve. CIB pulled a fast one on us. They told us that they would let us refinance and not make a payment in the year, defer a payment. We applied for it, and then they said, well, you should just use your reserve account to pay that. So we did, and now we're restoring that reserve account because we're actually out of compliance if that reserve account is zero. So I need to add it into the budget to transfer both enough to make this year's payment and to restore last year's payment back to the reserve account. That's being added in.
Out of curiosity, how many more years are left on that bond? You know, off the top of your head?
Don't know off the top of my head. Quite a few. It was fairly new. The assessor temporary shift. This one I kind of took the initiative. This was just a shift within their budget. As we know, the assessor's office is way down on people. And there's a chance that he may need to bring in subcontractors. We talked about this when we were originally setting up the budget, and he was fully staffed at that time. And since we've had a fair amount of turnover, so Carson may end up needing to hire a subcontractor. So basically, what I did is I just moved $20,000 from salaries and wages down to contracted services, in case that happens. So may not need it, but we're all pulling for Carson. He's had a heck of a year. Fair capital projects are coming in higher than first anticipated. A lot of that is due to the fact that we ended up deciding it would be in our best interest to go ahead and general that, or hire a general to do it. And even just this morning, we received information that the metal buildings price has gone up, and it wasn't locked in, and it's going up by a combined almost 10,000.
Yeah, about 9.
So if you guys are okay with that, right now we have 2 line items that were in my budget that we're changing. Transfer from general fund. Oh, if it's a transfer from general fund, it's going to affect 4 line items. That I would like to propose that we bump that up. The increase would be $175,000 was what I had in the budget. I think we need to go ahead and like literally the new price on those metal buildings is good through today. Like
well, the price
tomorrow would probably be new.
So when Carter's, they were the awarding contractor, and when they bid this job, they gave them a price. Prices change daily. So until that company gets the steel in-house and they're ready to go, they give you the price on that day. It's like almost like precious metals. Whatever the price is going to be, it's crazy what's going on.
So if you guys are okay with that, I'm going to propose that we increase that, and we can do that in this meeting, especially if the public has a chance to comment on it. From 175 up to 185. That would increase 4 line items. It would increase the fixed asset equipment line item, was actually where the money is expended. It would increase transfer from general fund into the fair fund, which is revenue to balance the fund. The fair fund doesn't have much revenue, but gets most of what it gets from the general fund if there's ever any subsidies. And then back in Fund 10, there's a transfer out from general fund, which is called transfer to fair fund 27. That would need to go up by 10,000. And the fund balance appropriation, which is revenue from the general fund as we basically pull out of a fund balance to balance the general fund's balance budget.
So 175 to 185?
That last one is 391, 324 will go up 10,000 to 401, 324 and 99 cents. All of the others are 175. They'll go up to 185.
Okay.
If you guys feel good about that. It's either that or, we don't do the project or we do a budget adjustment at the end of the year, but we know that it's going to go up by 10,000. So, and finally, bookkeeping adjustments for fixing some errors. There was a few things that were missed in the budget. One of which was and it was just the way that the spreadsheet worked out when I filtered stuff. I accidentally zeroed out the budget for our unemployment insurance, which is in non-departmental. August went to pay that bill, and she said it's over budget. So she looked, and the budget was 0. So I hadn't added that in. There are a few little things like that.
Darn fat fingers, huh?
Fat fingered that one. So that's all the main stuff. That's my presentation. If the commission has any questions before we turn it over to the public, I will answer those. If not, I will sit down and let the public make comment. I can answer any questions that come up from the public.
I think we're ready for public hearing.
Okay.
So with that presentation, Chair declares the public hearing open for the proposed budget adjustments for 2021 so far.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Volney Warren. I just had a question for Dan. You mentioned that the property taxes did not respond to inflation. Did I understand that correctly? That's correct. When the value of the real estate goes up, though, doesn't the tax revenue go up also?
No, the rate floats, so the rate will go down.
Oh, the rate will go down. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the information.
Come on up to the mic. You give your best explanations back in the corner, man.
That's a great question. So the rate floats. What happens is as values go up, then the rate floats and goes down. Every individual property is doing its own thing, but that's on average how it works. And that was when Truth in Taxation law was passed. That was the result. So as a result, the only way to increase the total amount of revenue to any taxing entity is for them to go through Truth in Taxation and say they need a specific dollar increase. That's with the exception of new growth. And that's new added homes.
Okay, so let me just ask one other question then. Why is it that my annual property tax bill goes up every year?
Yeah, so this often comes up, and like I said, every property is independent. So if the average of all the properties goes up by 10% on average, but yours goes up by 11%, you're going to see an increase, a dollar amount increase. If all the property goes up by 10% and yours only goes up by 9%, you'll see a dollar amount decrease. So you have each individual properties that are all doing their thing.
Any other questions, comments for public hearing? Yeah, on the budget adjustment. Seeing none, chair closes the public hearing. Any other questions, comments from the commission or from Mr. Jessen?
Good.
Okay. Seeing none, I would call for a motion.
I will move to approve the proposed adjustment to the 2021 budget as outlined by our auditor, Dan Jessen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item number 1 passes. Item number 2 on the agenda, public hearing, consideration, and possible approval of ordinance 2021-5. This is an ordinance of Iron County, Utah, adopting a partial vacated slant ditch easement and amended plat of the Sunrise Meadows subdivision, Phase 3, lots 7 through 10, 8 through 20, 23, 25 through 27, 30, and 35 through 37, and providing an effective date for that ordinance. And Reed Erickson.
Morning, Commission. This is an application that requests the area in green, which is a vacated, or and I don't know why it's shown as a yellow one. Anyway, that area that goes down through the middle of there, and we'll get zoom in a little bit here in just a second. I'll do a brief explanation of what this application is, and then there are several people here from that subdivision who would like to speak regarding that. It's an easement for drainage in what's called the slant ditch. So let me clarify that. It's not necessarily an easement for drainage. It's an easement for the slant ditch that was reserved when the area was subdivided to maintain the irrigation ditch active. Since that time, the irrigation ditch has not been used because where it takes out, and I'll show some photographs, but I'll just do a brief explanation here of the area. You can see that this blue line that runs up and down right here is the Stevensville ditch. This is 2300 West, and this slant ditch, as it was called, that you see running on a slant through this area, was taken out of an irrigation system that was the Stevensville ditch that had a head gate at that location, which is just along the north boundary of the Monarch Meadow subdivision. At the time that subdivision was built, there was still a head gate in there for use as an irrigation ditch. Shortly after that, the flood waters that have been increasing in Stevensville ditch as a primary flood channel has deepened that flood channel and took out the head gate. And the head gate was never put back in because the irrigation call for irrigation out of that ditch went away. And so since that time, there's never been any irrigation water in that ditch. There was some question, and as a general philosophy, the question still exists of whether or not we should fill ditches that could also be used for drainage or for flooding to help disperse floodwaters. And so part of our evaluation in determining whether it would be appropriate to recommend going ahead and vacating this ditch, the applicant has submitted, and Debbie Nolan is here as the primary applicant, but all of the owners of the property that have property where this goes across their property would actually sign the plat and are in agreement to vacate the ditch, because in all of their existence, of course, they've never seen any floodwaters there, because once the head gate went out, it was not possible for irrigation water to get in there or to divert water actually out of the flood channel into that area either, because the head gate was gone. And so as a general rule, the county does not want to see irrigation ditches filled in because they do have potential and can contribute to helping with flood and dispersing floodwaters. They say that, you know, the best way to handle flooding is to spread it out as much as you can and not keep it in a primary channel. And the Stevensville ditch, in prior studies and what's going on right now in one of the items that Dan Jessen mentioned for the lower Coal Creek study, is to determine how to handle floodwaters coming through out of Coal Creek and through the valley. And Stevensville ditch, which is this primary ditch here, is the main channel to handle all floodwaters coming out of the valley. There's a split on Coal Creek called the Woodbury Split that's just before you get to I-15 on Coal Creek that takes the water. 60% of it goes north to Mud Springs, if it gets that far, and 40% of it goes south or west out to Quichpaw. And that's the flood structure that's at Stevensville Ditch. So everything going north was able to be dispersed more easily through a number of different fingers and flood irrigation ditches to help when there was flood need. In this particular case, since that ditch has, that head gate was taken out, I'll show you some photographs here of what the Stevensville ditch looks like. And I appreciate Debbie and some of the others out in that subdivision who sent some of these pictures so that I can incorporate them into this presentation. But you can see here the Stevensville ditch, as I assume that this is 2,300, or excuse me, 3,000 north. Is that right? That's Mid-Valley. You can see the depth, though, that it's been widened, and one of and Riches here can talk to this too. Probably one of the areas that Curtis has spent a lot of his time with the track hole over the last few years is in the Stevensville ditch. We've tried to widen it and deepen it so that it can handle all of the floodwaters that used to go out through a number of irrigation ditches when it would go north. So you can see here that this photograph on the right, 70 feet west of the Stevensville ditch, where the slant ditch actually begins, is, you know, just full of
Junk.
growth and garbage, and it just hasn't filled in. You can see the photograph on the top, the bucket setting above the car there, that's the height of the bank. And in the bottom one, you can see there the banks have been built up out of the Stevensville ditch and the slant ditch, both so that they don't serve for the purpose of collecting sheet flow or any surface water to be able to carry it out of the area. So I think that's kind of the primary distinction that we want to make. Even in the Stevensville, or in the slant ditch as it went through the subdivision, when the subdivision was built, they cleaned the ditch out and banked it up on each side so that irrigation water could flow through there, but then it made it so that floodwaters from the properties or the area couldn't get into the ditch and carry it out anywhere, which is typically what we see with irrigation ditches. And so as irrigation ditches are often cleaned out at the immediate location, it's difficult for floodwaters to get in that. Sometimes they can carry some floodwaters when upstream from the area that they were cleaned out and the banks were increased in height, excuse me, then you can get some floodwaters into it at certain locations. So, but in this particular case, here are just more photographs as from where the ditch goes through the subdivision and hits Peakview subdivision and goes north to Mid Valley Road. You can see here on the south side of Mid Valley Road what the bank or the ditch looks like, and part of the subdivision has been cleaned out and it handles water from the subdivisions. This is an area. This is right at the Nolan home. Lots 20 and 30 on each side of the flood channel, on both sides of the flood channel. Just what they've tried to do to help maintain the channel with riprap and then cleaning it out and taking the rocks out of the channel. And all of the neighbors, I think, have been somewhat frustrated out there in terms of how to landscape their yards. This is a property on lot 36 that Natalie is here. And this is her property that shows that they moved the fence right out and filled the flood channel and put it in the middle of right on the property line. It's a 30-foot easement. It's 15 feet on each side of the center of the property. So as we zoom in on that, you can see here, this is the revised or proposed amended plat. On the original plat, and that's what I had up here. This is the original plat that just shows that, and I highlighted in color, but that's where it was reserved as an easement, or irrigation easement. And now this proposed would vacate that 15 feet. So the property owners still own the property to the center of the drainage or the irrigation easement, and then that we would just simply say they no longer have to preserve that easement and they could fill the ditch in. We have a number of other requests that come in regularly. I'd get a call or two now and then about people wanting to fill ditches, and generally we say no, they need to be open because they can be used for a couple of different reasons. One is that ditches have to be maintained so that irrigators have the ability to get water to property that they don't even have use for irrigation currently, but they may have a primary water right on a property that has to come through the ditch, and they have a supplemental water right that they pump from, and they've done, because we haven't had high water for number of years, they haven't used the ditches, but they still need to maintain them in order to be able to pump water from the ground on other properties. And so there's a lot of variation on the need to maintain ditches, and I think generally the county should maintain the posture that we don't want to fill ditches in. This particular case, I think that it's a little unique in that because of what happened to the Stevensville ditch and the head gate and the lack of irrigation in that whole area, that no one's using that ditch, then this is just the second page of the plat that shows all of the owner signatures. So there are 15 lots. There are 12 property owners who own those 15 lots, and they would all sign this plat. Brad Rhodes from Iron Ridge Surveying has prepared the plat, and he has made some corrections, amendments that I had suggested. And he said as soon as this gets approved, then he could print those, and then we'll get it to Debbie back again, and she can circulate it through the neighborhood and get all of the signatures. But we thought prior to making sure that that's the direction the county wants to go, and they go through all the work and getting all the signatures, would make sure that that's the direction we wanted to go. So the only other comment that I would make is that I did have a phone conversation with Raymond Prestwich, who is the ditch, I don't know what his official title is,
Water
the
master.
ditch guru
Water
of
master.
the area of all irrigation in Cedar Valley. And he was concerned about being quoted because several of the property owners out there have had conversation with Raymond. And he said, I just want to make sure that people understand I agree that the irrigation ditch is no longer needed and that it can go away as far as the irrigation goes. But he said, I feel kind of like the county in that I would never want to see all of the irrigation ditches filled in because I think they serve a purpose for flood control and drainage in some cases. But he said in this case, with the way the banks are and the way that the head gate was and the irrigation in that area, it's a unique situation, and it's a little different than what we would want generally. But he said, I don't ever want to be quoted saying, yes, let's fill in the irrigation ditches. So that's the last comment that I'd need to make, I think, and open the public hearing.
So Reed, so will this ditch be vacated all the way? How far north does it go? Or are we just talking about
we're just talking vacating it
behind
within
these-
the subdivision.
Okay.
Just
It'll
across those
continue
lots.
past there.
It can continue through, but it's never really, it's one of those things that ditches don't really have a legal easement on them when they were created for irrigation. They were never surveyed, they were never described, and they're not called out until they're called out, which was on this plat. And so going west from here through this property on the slant ditch to the adjacent properties, let me just go back to this. You can see as this goes west, this ditch no longer exists and was not called out on this subdivision plat, and there are homes and lots that are on top of this, and there's no reserved ditch there. So there's no need to vacate it because it was never called out and reserved as an irrigation easement like it was
called
through
out on the
this.
plat. and so
It's
we
called
have-
out on the plat, then it is, and we have to vacate it because it's a formal notice on the plat. But again, even east here of here, there's no specific channel called out there or an easement. And that was subdivided years ago, and it wasn't called out on that subdivision plat, and it's not called out on the plats to the west. So it's only through this specific Sunrise Meadow Ranch Phase 3 that we would need to vacate.
I have a question too. So where it comes out of the main ditch,
Stevensville ditch.
the Stevensville ditch, would it be possible for it to come into that ditch if they send enough water down the Stevensville ditch?
No, once the head gate came out, the bank was put back up, and
Oh,
it's all. And
okay.
as you saw, the condition of the ditch there, it really couldn't carry any water, and so
Okay.
it's not something that. And our interest in the county is to really use 2300. If the water got to there, we would want to have borrow ditches on each side of 2300 that could take that water north.
Oh, okay.
There's not really a provision for it to go now on across that way.
With my agriculture background, I'm in favor of keeping all of those ditches also, but I can see that this is a different situation, and especially with half of it's already filled in, it doesn't hardly seem like there's any reason to keep it.
Any other questions for me?
I had a procedural concern. Where you're vacating and amending the whole subdivision, you've got 15 owners signing. The
It's
15
just not
affected.
the whole subdivision. It's just
Where the
it's
ditch
just
goes.
the owners that have the easement on their property. The difference being that it is a partial amendment to the subdivision, and the
Does
title
it
of that is
define only the
partial.
lots that are?
It only defines the lots, and it has only the lots on this that has this easement on them.
So I think Carrie had a concern.
And
could you come up to the microphone, Carrie?
Well, let me address that first, and then she can ask the question. The easement is for irrigation and not drainage. This subdivision does have as a curb gutter drainage situation where the subdivision collects the water on the streets. And none of it gets into this ditch, and so it goes north through the subdivision and along the north side of the subdivision and out and goes down the west side of this, east side of this property right here, where there's a good channel where it's been made to be able to go down through here. So this area doesn't use this, the subdivision itself doesn't use the ditch, and the easement for the irrigation, I guess we could argue whether or not it belongs to all of the people in the subdivision or just the people whose
I'm
lots
actually
are
mainly
affected
concerned
in
about the other people being
subdivision.
affected by the change. I think that's
Yeah.
what Carrie's concern is.
Okay.
And my concern is not about the easement. I don't have an issue with you vacating the easement. But the code says when you amend a subdivision, all of the owners.
Carrie, could you speak into the microphone? Sorry.
All of the owners that are described on the plat. So what is your description? It describes the whole plat, the whole subdivision.
No, it only describes the lots that are there. It describes them just like it does on the agenda. This is an amendment, a partial vacated plat
Can
of
you pull up the?
lots 7 through 10, 8 through 18
Maybe only
through
read
20.
10.
Pull up what?
Oh, it's that computer over there.
Yeah, so.
That's not the correct title. This one doesn't reflect what, yeah, it'll be changed and it'll say partial amendment include for lots 7 through 10, 18 through 20, 23, 25 through 27, 30, and 35 through 37. So that was the reason for the change.
So
and he's making that.
to be
It
clear-
will only be for those lots, and it's only, that's why it'll be a partial amendment for those lots. It wouldn't be correct, and I would agree, we couldn't do it as an amended final plat for the whole subdivision.
So a
'cause it
lot that's
doesn't
not affected
relate.
by the ditch won't be affected by the amended plat,
That's
right?
correct. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, Chair would declare the public hearing open for matters involving agenda item number 2. John, can you skip through to the
I
public
can't.
hearing?
Oh, yes, I
just
can.
just to put the parameters of the public hearing back up in case there are any questions.
Actually, the other computer running, so there you go.
Yes, perfect.
Hi, I'm Debbie Nolan. Live at 4260 North, 2425 West. That is lot 30 on the plat. I also own lot 20. In May of last year, my neighbor told me that Raymond Presswich had given us permission to fill in the ditch, and I didn't believe her. So I called Raymond, and after about a 15-minute conversation, I left that conversation wholly convinced that we were allowed to fill in the ditch. I didn't want to waste my 70 to 90,000 pounds of rocks that I had hauled in 50 loads in my car. So I spent a month removing all those rocks that were the riprap. It was a retaining wall with, removed all that so that I could save them for another project. And at the end of that month, I talked to the guy who owned lot 20 and an adjacent house, who lives in South Carolina or North Carolina, asked him if I could fill in the ditch and use his lot for some of the dirt. And he said, you can't do that until you have written permission. At that time, I called Raymond Presswich, and he said, oh, you can't fill that ditch in. And no, he said you could fill the ditch in, but he's not given written permission because he does not want to ever have Coal Creek Irrigation Company be sued if any house in the valley floods. And I understand that in our litigious society. Reed mentioned that there was a 15-foot easement on each side. I've seen one plat map that shows it as a 20-foot easement on each side, but most of the plat maps I've seen have it as a 10-foot easement on each side, and we've all put our fences, or those who have done the 10-foot on each side easement. So that's a discrepancy too. I've walked all the ditches. I've walked the Walker ditch. I've walked the slant ditch, all the way out to Mid Valley and Lund. And the Walker ditch is a very interesting one. I used to live in Fifetown, and it used to just end there at about 3700 north and poured on the ground. Then they came in, dug it out to just under 4,000 north, and it poured on the ground. And I think at that time it used to flood all the area. And then later they put the Walker ditch all the way out to Mid Valley, but there are places where it's only 9 inches deep. You can hop across it. Shortly after Mid Valley, it just disappears. It just fades away. So even if our ditch ever had water, which it has never had water, we've owned property since 2012, and there's no water there. Now, speaking further, Tyler Melling called me this morning. He owns a lot, and which he is starting to sell because he's decided he can't live out there because he has to live in the city to be on the city council. He won't be able to make it. He got his second COVID shot scheduled this morning, and he's afraid he's going to have another reaction from it like last time. And now you had questions about the slant ditch versus the Stevensville ditch, which has been dug deep for flood control. That beginning of the slant ditch picture is 70 feet from the edge of Stevensville, and there's quite a large hill in between them. There's no way you could ever get water into it. You can't get water into it anywhere on its length because the banks are anywhere up to 4 feet higher. In our subdivision, in my lots, they were 2 feet higher than the surrounding ground. So I think that, and then I have a text message from Greg Benner. He owns a lot at the south end of the subdivision. He was not able to make it to the meeting. He lives in Southern California, but he did send a text message saying he is for this vacating. And is there any questions on that?
I don't look I don't look like it. It doesn't look like it. I can't talk. No, thank you very much for your input.
Before anyone else speaks, I just wanted to mention that I did get an email, and I'll give you hard copies of those for the record, from Greg Benner, who is the owner of Lot 7, from Michael DeSalvo, who is the owner of Lot 8, and from Natalie Anderson, who is here actually today, owner of Lot 36, who are also opposed, or excuse me, favor. Okay, I'll just give those for the record so that they can have a copy. They were all in favor of vacating the ditch.
Thank you. That's helpful.
So my name is Ron Fuentes. I live at 4307 North, 2475 West, and I have the slant ditch going along our property line, one of the ones, and I've actually filled my ditch in. I did that after talking to the Water Conservancy District, the folks at the county, Iron County Building Department, and then I also talked to Raymond Prestwich after Debbie had told us that he said it was okay to bury the ditch. He never did tell me it was okay to bury the ditch, but he went through this whole scenario of the head gate that Reed just went through and explained that whole situation to me, and he said it's no use as an irrigation ditch, so he had no interest in the ditches as far as an irrigation ditch. So I'm totally in favor of vacating the ditch.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Natalie Andresen. I live on lot 36. Mine's the one directly in the center of the map that you saw there, with the pictures with the fence and the swimming pool, chicken coop. So we moved in March 2020, and our first goal was to figure out what we could do with our landscaping so we could get our fence in. I have a 3-year-old and I also have an 8-year-old, and I wanted to know that they were fenced in. So that was my biggest goal. I didn't have any huge preference as to whether or not the ditch were there or not there. I just wanted to put my fence in where I legally could. So I immediately started making contacts to find out who I could talk to and find out who could give me permission or, whoever had the authority to say I could in fact fill in the ditch, and was led to Raymond Presswich. And I have spoken with him now on 4 different occasions. The very first time that I spoke to him, I explained my situation and that I was getting ready to put my landscaping and my fence in and needed to know if I could fill the ditch or not. His first response was, I never suggest that you should fill in ditches. Often it causes problems, but tell me the specifics of your ditch and I will look into it and I will call you back. That conversation was probably 20 minutes. I explained to him that it didn't matter that much. Of course, I'd like to be able to utilize my entire property, but it also wasn't something I hadn't had my heart set on it. We had actually made 2 types of plans in our head, so that either we could have put a culvert in or that we could have put our fence in on the easement line, and that if we really wanted to, we would have planted squash or pumpkins along that slant into the ditch. So I just needed a yes or a no. So he said, give me some time, I will call you back. I would say within about a week, he called me back and he said, no, don't fill that ditch in. That's the Walker ditch. It is still flowing. Often irrigation water heads down that way and out toward Mid-Valley, so don't do it. And I said, okay, thank you for doing your research for me. I appreciate your help. I hung up the phone with him. I immediately called my husband who was at work and said, okay, we have an answer. The answer is no. Let's forward into getting our lot graded and get our fence put in on the easement line. Probably 3 hours later, Raymond Presswich called me back and he said, I'm so sorry, I owe you an apology. I've done some research and I realized that what you're talking about is the slant ditch, and it is the ditch that is kitty corner to Doc Bagley's home, correct? I said, yes. Doc Bagley is my kitty corner neighbor, and in fact he owns half of the ditch on the other side because he owns 2 lots. The one that's sort of behind mine and then kitty corner to mine. Anyway, so he said, that ditch is done. That ditch is the slant ditch. No irrigation water is ever going to get into there. You can bury the ditch. He gave me a yes. And I have given 0 anxiety about it since then because he said it with such, don't even worry about it. That ditch is dead. Fill it in. So I had excavator come. They backhoed in my ditch. They leveled out my yard, and we immediately got started. I've planted 30 trees, and at least 10 of those are on the property line across where we're talking about. We put our fence in on the property line. We poured a concrete pad, which we have our pool set up on. I built a chicken coop, which is on that line. So at this point, now it matters. I'm heavily vested in what we have put in on that ditch line, and I would not have done that had I not been given a very clear, yes, you may fill in the ditch. He has changed his wording to some extent now and is saying that I misunderstood him and that in fact he did not say that we could fill in the ditch. But I can tell you that there was 0 hesitation when I filled in that ditch that I even had to worry. From the wording that he gave me, I was clear to fill in the ditch. So the ditch is in and my landscaping is coming along. And so at this point, yes, I would love to have the ditch removed from the plot maps and not have to worry about whether or not this is going to be a problem in the future. So, is there any questions for me on my perspective on that?
I don't think so. Thank you. That's very helpful, though.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Chair will declare the public hearing closed on agenda item number 2 and call for a motion. Oh, Reed's
one
back.
more comment
Okay.
before you
Reed's
do
back
that.
with one
Reed's
more. Sorry.
change
I looked
anything.
away for a second.
For the record, I just wanted to mention that we did do a notification to adjacent property owners, so not just the ones that are in the ditch area here, but all the ones whose the owners of the 15 lots whose property bounds someone else around them, we also notified.
Notified them.
Okay, so like we do on a vacate and amend, and we didn't notify everyone in the subdivision, but only those who had adjacent property to the lots that we were amending, which would be vacating this easement. So I was reminded of that when Carrie mentioned about the effect of all of the property owners. So, and I haven't heard any comment. We never got any comment from any
Anything
of
else?
those. So
Gotcha.
I just wanted to make you aware of that as well.
Thank you.
I'll move for approval of ordinance 2021-5, an ordinance of Iron County, Utah, adopting partial vacate slant ditch easement and amended plat of Sunrise Meadows subdivision, Phase 3, Lot 7 through 10, 18 through 20, 23, 25 through 27, 30, and 35 through 37.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Fill in your ditch. If you have not already.
Now you can sleep at night not worrying about your trees and cement pad, right? Right.
No.
Sounds like it's been
Fill-
quite a process.
Fill that sucker in. Get rid of the ditch. All right, agenda item number 3 is public comments. Just remind folks of the general rules. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Don't repeat other comments, only items that are not agendized, nothing related to the commission's roles on appeal board. And comments should be directed towards the commission and no attacks on any other person's character. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kenneth Bauer. A month ago, I gave you guys a reprint of this article. Did any of you read it? You did?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
I did, yes.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Absolutely.
I'd like to get your thoughts on it and see if there's anything we could implement in Iron County on this election stuff to help take back our republic. I don't care if this democracy goes away, but the republic, I'm pretty concerned about that. Can I get your thoughts on that, or no?
Yeah. Now I read it. I'm going to kind of defer to John.
Okay.
Did you read it, or?
I skimmed through it. I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Okay. Should I come back in a couple of weeks?
No, you're welcome. We can talk about it now.
Okay.
I don't know how to politely say. Many of the things that are in there were conspiratorial and not true. In my position, I receive briefings several times a week for security things. Many things that you mentioned weren't true. You talked a lot about the Dominion vote switching thing as if it were fact. It's not. You can manipulate those. I can manipulate stuff now. At some point, you've got to trust the people doing the elections, and I guess maybe that's the problem. In the Dominion system, which we haven't used since 2017, and all of the elections that I did, I personally programmed, and I know that before me, it was Dave Yardley who personally programmed them. You can tell it to switch the numbers, but you switch every vote. You can't. It's a systemic thing. I've seen the conspiratorial video. I've seen one of the conspiratorial videos about that. If it were done by a hand count, you'd have to trust that person as well. And so I'm not quite sure what changes you would think we should implement. I don't know.
If you'd done a hand count, there'd only be one person counting it, or would there be?
Well, you've got a good point there.
Or would there be several from each party?
Well, yeah, you'd have to have folks from both parties observing and everything. You bet.
Could
and
you
we
have
make
some
that
people
available?
from third parties?
Say again.
Could you have people from third parties?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that wants to have a poll watcher can come. And then we do make it available. No one's ever availed themselves of it, but you can observe while we do our tabulation. We have no intention of messing with votes. We try to make sure that the voter intent is solidly accounted for. Much of that is automatic now, but we do before each election. I've probably done 14 elections since I've
taken this job, and each time we do what's called a logic and accuracy test. And during those logic and accuracy tests, we load the program into the computer, we load the program into the machines, we do a bunch of sample ballots that we know the results of, and we tabulate them. And we check to make sure that the results match what we did on the sample ballots for that election. In 14 elections, I have had 0 people ever come and observe that. My patience for conspiratorial things is awfully thin when no one will come and watch I advertise it in the paper, I go on the radio, no one will come and watch those, and yet people want to.
How do you watch a computer, though?
Huh?
How do you watch a computer?
I told you, we do a handful of ballots, and we test to make sure that the numbers are what they say they are. And for there to be the manipulation you're talking about, I can't even fathom how you would begin to do that. The reason being is, well, say for example, say on a ballot there are unclear marks. Well, the computer says there are unclear marks. A human needs to review this. And so 2 of us work together and we adjudicate those ballots. If you fill in both ovals, I can't tell what your intent was. If you say this one, not this one, I can tell all day long. One of my frustrations is it's easy to stand and denigrate the process when you don't understand it. But it's very difficult to defend the process, especially when people won't listen. And you'll discern the anger in my voice. And that's because, and I'm not mad at you, I know that. Yeah. I am mad because as election people, we do everything in our power to try and foster and support confidence in the election process. But all it takes is some stray remark that doesn't even have to be based in truth, like the Sheldon Adelson Dominion garbage, and all of a sudden, that's now a tenet and a doctrine and part of their belief system. I get so sick of people saying, well, I trust you because it's Iron County, but if it were somewhere else, and I'm like, baloney. You don't trust me. You're just saying that to my face. We work very diligently to make a safe and secure election process to degrees I can't even talk about in the public. In ways like the degree of isolation for the computers, the oath of office for the staff, the securities on the ballots. And is any system perfect? No, it never has been. And I think that's a fallacy too. Oh, let's go back to the good old days when things were perfect. No, they never were. And for all of the election drama over the last year, very little fraud has been found by people who actually look for it. And yet, it's easy to just keep saying it over and over and over again. And now I would estimate that confidence in the process, even amongst people that talk to me who are elected officials, is really low. Now, my process hasn't changed, but we do. I mean, even you last time you got up and you said, oh, I talked to Chanel for 3 minutes and she felt really good about the new equipment and I think it's crap. Well, you have no concept. And
I didn't say I talked to her for 3 minutes. I was in there for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you get my frustration.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how hard we work on this end. Mm-hmm. All it takes is a couple of stray remarks in social media, and all of a sudden nobody has any confidence in anything. So you'll forgive me if I'm not very patient with your perspective on this.
Right. Well.
And I'm going to stop because I'm.
Okay. Okay. One more question. What percentage of the county budget comes from federal money?
That's probably, I was going to say, that's probably a better question for the auditor.
And Dan, are you able to even speak to that without digging in?
No, I don't want to. I don't even want to.
Right.
I can come up with it, but not in the meeting.
Right.
Okay.
And I can say that, and of course, the federal money has different buckets, and each bucket has different rules. This is my not accounting speak. But so for example, with elections, we have money that comes from state and federal, and that it's designed, it's dedicated for certain types of expenditure. Some is just for equipment.
Right, but you've got an overall budget for the county, and then
Yeah, the vast
so much
majority
of it
comes from the general fund.
and so much of it is probably coming from the federal too, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So like when we upgraded our system, most of that came from the state through the feds, through the state from the feds, and that was money that helped pay for the latest upgrade on the equipment in 2018, 17 or 18. I can't remember exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm sorry to get my temper up, but also, do you have any other questions that we can talk about with that?
On
funding, equipment, process. It's
no,
a good
I
forum
just want to
for
know
it.
how much, what percentage of the county budget was come from the federal. That's
Overall or for elections?
for all of it, not just the elections.
That's a
on
good
all of it.
question for Dan,
Yeah,
and
he
he
said
would
he-
have to dig
He
in.
said he could come up with it, but not right now. So
Okay,
I'm,
thank you.
I'm good with that. I
John,
can come back.
I have a
with-
question while we're on this topic.
yeah.
You know, you read a lot of stuff, right? There's stuff floating all over, and I guess my concern with mail-in ballots in Iron County, I think we do a good job at comparing signatures from what you've instructed me. But like my son's a property manager, and some of these huge apartment complexes, sometimes he'll end up with a stack of ballots that that are, people have moved or whatever. So there's a lot of ballots floating around. Seems like sometimes there could be some fraud. Maybe somebody would fill out, but I know we compare signatures really tight. You hear and you read things where some counties maybe turn their machines down so it didn't scrutinize the signatures as well. Would you shed some light on that?
Yeah. So first of all, Iron County hasn't reached the critical mass for those signature verification machines. We do them all by hand with human eyes. Which means, in Arizona, they were talking about a bunch of ballots that came from China or something, and they were looking at the fibers in the paper. In order for a ballot to count, it's not just the signature matches. It's that the custody was followed. So if I had a stack of ballots and I wanted to try and fraudulently vote any of them, I would have to try and figure out how to get them into the custody chain and have it count. So say, for example, you own an apartment complex and the mailbox or whatever, which, people should have their own mailbox, and even being able to access those is probably and I'm not accusing anyone of, but I'm just saying it's some kind of mail fraud to even have those in your possession.
Well, they'll somebody will vacate, they'll move out, and
right.
there'll be ballots laying around, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
and
happened.
So say that ballot is for John Doe, and I'm the property manager.
Right.
I would have to be able to have his signature and have his voter registration not have changed for that even to make it through. But I would also have to fraudulently turn it in. It's not impossible. I'm not saying it's a perfect system. But again, we've never had a perfect system. And so in Iron County, at least, the signature verification, and I know I can only speak to this because of my exposure to it in looking at equipment and my conversations with other counties. They actually are very stringent on how those signatures are checked. All I can say is I've caught people and turned them over to the county attorney, for prosecution. There was one individual that was had a position of leadership in Iron County that voted for voted a relative's ballot, and it didn't match. And they opted not to prosecute, but we turned him over, and the ballot certainly didn't count. The other part of it is so say, for example, a ballot, a signature didn't match. Sometimes with conditions of age or physical degradation, signatures will evolve, and I'll often just make a personal visit to their house. We actually keep a pile of signatures to resolve that couldn't be counted at the first round. And we actually, I will go by, like, the other side of that is we don't want a ballot to not count if that was the real person. For example, say you and your wife get your ballots and you put them on the kitchen table. In fact, I've seen this where, like, they've got grown-up kids and there'll be like 5 people in the same address, and all of a sudden things are mixed around and people's envelope doesn't match their signature. And we'll actually hang on to them until we can resolve all those signatures. We can't control which ballot which went into which envelope, but we do, in our process, the ballot is inside the envelope when we check the signature, and then at a later part of the process is when we finally remove it. So the ballot doesn't move forward. The ballot in its envelope doesn't move forward in the process until the signature is verified.
Okay. Why is it that they've got to, like on absentee ballots, I can see it for the military and for some people in rest homes and stuff, but can we go back to where you have to go to the poll on voting day to do it? That's going to cut down on a lot of it. I mean, these mail-out ballots are just, I think that's opening it up for a lot of fraud. The easier to make it.
Defend that.
I'm gonna step in.
Yeah.
We actually have a 3-minute limit,
and we're about 15.
And it's just discussion. It's not an appropriate. The public comment isn't an appropriate question and answer time.
Okay,
you're not wrong.
But I'm sure
Kenneth,
that
come in and
Mr. Whitaker would love to try and resolve
really.
those things.
And I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about my temper. It's not. Good, and that's not the way I meant it. Thank you.
I didn't think you did.
All right. Seeing no other comments, or do you have a comment, Reed?
Oh.
Are you sneaking up here again, Reed?
We're on to item number 4 after an hour and a half. So
Item number 4, the discussion and possible deferral of taxes for appraiser parcel number A-83-2-84.
Yes.
From John Whitaker.
Pardon? Was there another public comment? Is that what you were saying? No. That's not. Okay, so this is a deferral request from Mr. Halagarda, who's here today. He lives in Parowan. He has had some financial hardship after an accident that happened in Cedar City. He completed his
happened here in Parowan.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It happened in here in Parowan. Now, and I've gotten that wrong every time we've talked. I sent these guys the minutes. At least I created the email. I got here this morning and it was still in my draft folder. Friday night I thought I'd send it. So I don't know what to say. Anyway, so I actually may just turn the time over to Mr. Halagarda to kind of, and just try to be brief because we've gone long, but to kind of explain your situation.
Well, to start with, I've been a homeowner in Parowan since '92, with the exception of I was in Iraq for 6 years. I've been here the whole time. Shortly after I got back from Iraq, I decided to buy a little house that needs some work and give me something to do. Well, shortly after I bought the house, I had basically gutted it, doing the remodel on it, bought a large amount of tools and so on so I could complete the project. And one night I was outside watering city property that's adjacent to my house. It's between the sidewalk and the street. And while I was outside moving sprinkler, it was late at night, a manhole had been left over and I fell in it. Okay, it resulted in, I've had 2 total knee replacements, several back procedures, including fusion. I just had a procedure done just a week ago Thursday again. They just keep making it worse. So anyway, from that time that the incident happened, instead of me doing the work on my house, I had to start hiring out. And I have had nothing but bad luck with handymen around here. you give them some money, they don't get the job done, they walk off with a bunch of your tools, so on and so forth. Anyway, I've had a tremendous amount of medical bills. I do have insurance, but there's deductibles, copays, physical therapy, and so on that insurance doesn't necessarily pay for completely. So anyway, I've gotten behind on I've drained my savings, my 401k, just to survive. And I can't see it getting better overnight. We just don't know, especially with back problems. So anyway, I've got behind on property taxes. And especially another error last year, I signed up for the senior citizen discount on property taxes, but I was unaware you have to come in every year and sign it again. So I got hit heavier this last year again. Anyway, I'm looking for some help. I'm scheduled for my house to go on auction on the 27th. And for me to lose my house over $2,500, if I had a way to get the money, I'd be happy to pay them. But at this point, I don't know how I'm going to do it. And I really don't, I can't lose my house.
So, in these situations, we typically will do a deferral. And the deferral program is such that the individual explains their state of indigence and the issue behind, how they've kind of gotten to where they are. And then what we typically do is calculate a monthly payment that can be made. So Mr. Halligarter now knows about applying each year for the deferral, which would bring his taxes down to $362. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Did I say? Oh, excuse me. Abatement. Thank you. And if we take, and I usually have this math all done out. Yeah. Bill, didn't we figure this out the other day when you were there?
It was $300 and something a month.
Yeah, I think
it was like $360.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so the monthly payment for him would be $362.53, and that would be to get him caught up and to pay this year's taxes as well by next time, and that's the typical process.
$363.
$362.53.
$362.53 per month.
Yeah. Now, as we talked about it, though, did you want to talk about that?
Well, I don't know how I could pay that. I mean, my total income is from Social Security now. Okay. I've drained every, from bank accounts, my 401ks, it's all gone.
Yeah.
Okay. And the house is, it's a mess. You wouldn't believe how I'm living in that house because I got most of the demolition done before the injury happened. And I still have continuing medical bills. I'm supposed to be going to physical therapy, but I can't afford it. I don't know how I could pay that a month,
Yeah.
out of what I have coming in.
So, really, the commissioner's only options are either to grant the deferral or to forgive, and those are your options.
Well, please explain the deferral.
Okay, yeah. So the deferral is basically to defer the taxes so that the property isn't sold at tax sale this year, and then you have it's normally a year, but because we're so close, it's actually like an 11-month time period to go ahead and make those payments, and that's that $362 per month would take care of that. And then in the future, you would have the deferred or the abated, taxes, which would be actually about that much per year.
In fact, had I known about that, I would have qualified for it a couple more years before I came in and did it last year.
Yeah.
Because I'm 68. And I
We
believe
get
it's
that
in
sometimes.
effect at 65, but
People that come in for deferrals didn't know that they would have qualified for an abatement.
right.
Yeah. So,
Do we have the
If it wasn't
option
for a
of-
neighbor telling me about it, I would have.
yeah.
I
pardon?
still wouldn't be, wouldn't be aware of it.
Yeah.
So it's noted on the agenda as a deferral. Do we have the option to do an abatement in this?
Well, the
Or
And because you got the issue on the agenda.
Yeah. Right. Now, there is one more meeting before, so, I mean, the ultimate peril was we don't want the house to be lost.
Sure.
And so, I mean, and I didn't put forgiveness on there, and I apologize that I didn't do that. It's also really unusual for a forgiveness situation. We generally suggest to folks that they, see what a bank would do, see what family would do, sell assets.
The ironic thing about this whole situation is that, I went and spoke to the Cedar, when I, right after the situation happened, I filed a complaint, and it wasn't an hour later that apparently Parowan, has some sort of a government loophole to where I was heard on city property. It was a water meter cover for the neighbor's house. Okay, and then when it came down to the injuries and so on, they said, well, we're not responsible. They have not helped one penny to help me out on any of my bills. Not a penny. Though I went and talked to the city attorney in Cedar City, and he said, oh yeah, first of all, our guys are supposed to be out there every 6 months. Where Parowan said, well, they haven't been out there, for a service call since 2012. It'd been several years. Cedar City claims their guys go out and check every manhole cover, in the city
You
every
talking
6
manhole,
months.
sewer manhole, or water meter?
Water meter.
Okay, cover.
One leg went all the way down in it. I should have had about 60 stitches, but I didn't go into the hospital at first. And my other leg folded underneath, and then my tailbone hit the outside, piece of the pipe. It hit that. So anyway, like I said, Parowan's not helping me at all. And I call my insurance company, my homeowner's insurance and so on, and they say, well, first of all, you can't file against yourself, against your own homeowner's policy. Besides that, it's city property. There's a lot of people that go past my house, going to the county fair, because that was shortly after the incident happened. And there's kids, people walking back and forth to parades and so on. If a little kid would have fallen down there, who knows what would have happened. The city still claims, I mentioned that to them in that way. They said, we're still not responsible. So, does that sound fair? Does that sound right and fair? That, you're in fact, it wasn't 6 feet away from a sidewalk.
Let's say we defer or abate or whatever we do today. What's the plan moving forward?
Really don't have a plan. I'm just
Well,
living
and I
day
think
to day.
to Paul's, he's wondering about the viability of you being able to keep your house moving forward if they take care of something. And in my conversations with you, it seemed like if you were to qualify for the abatement, your annual tax bill would be in the $300 to $400 range, and that sounded like that's something you could do.
No.
Okay.
I can't see, it's like I've talked to some friends and family about, getting a loan. Well, they said, well, when can you pay me back?
No, I'm not talking about the repayment of the old taxes. I'm saying moving forward, could you afford a $300 to $400 tax bill in a year?
I believe so.
So, and that was my
That
question.
was, I think,
yeah.
what we was
I'm sorry. Yeah,
So if we
misunderstood.
help you with this situation moving forward, you feel like you can keep up
Well,
with?
I went in to go sign up for this year, and they said, well, we can't do anything till June. So I will make sure that now that I'm aware that you have to sign for it every year, which I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, you're not, how can you be somehow disqualified from it as you're getting older?
Well, that's the rules, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
So those are some of those rules that are set by the different agencies that administer them. And you need to.
and how could I have, is there? Was
I
there
know.
any sort of
Well, I don't want to
information sent
I don't
me?
want to counteract what you're saying, but I know that
people as
that
far
Christine
as-
explains that every year to every applicant. Yeah, and they send you an application every year as well. So
Did you want to?
Did you have any, Chris?
So
Christine, have you got anything that would add to the conversation?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. My 3 minutes are.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're good.
Christine Lauder. Regarding the abatement program, you have to apply each year because it is based on age and income. I mean, you could win the lottery or inherit some money, who knows. However, you do have to apply each year. The applications are mailed out generally the first week of June. Mr. Halligarda has brought in his proof of income for last year. So we're just waiting for the applications that will go out in June. And then as long as he fills that in, he is over the age that he would qualify for a full abatement. Right, you were born before 55. Yeah, I'm sure. I double
Do
checked.
we have the authority to
Quick
abate this
question.
without him having filled out that application?
No, the application has to be filled out, and it would be for this year's taxes that he would be applying for this year. He applied in 2018 and did receive an abatement in 2018, but he has not filled out an application since then. But he had been on my list to send one out. 2019. I removed him in 2020 because he didn't fill one out in 19 or 20. But when he brought in his information for 21, I put him back on the list because I try and keep the list up to date. So
in the future, he would qualify for a full abatement, not a half? Is that what you're thinking?
as long as he's over the age of 66 by the end of this year, he would qualify for a full abatement based on the information that he provided me already for his 2020 income. So as long as he fills out an application each year and continues to qualify financially, which from the sounds of it he would, then it would pay 100% of his property tax going forward. But it does require the application each year.
Gotcha.
So with that in mind, if he can move forward with an abatement to take care of future taxes, could we defer this and then work out a payment plan where you're not having to, you know, where you're having future taxes abated? Could we defer this and work out some kind of payment plan where you can in the future use some of that money that where that was abated to pay back that? Is that I don't know. I mean, I'm just.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure the legalities or what we're bound by. I'm just not
all
sure.
the years that I qualified.
Well, if we were defer, if we defer this, it means we on it, right? And if you defer it, doesn't it mean they work out some kind of payment plan? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah.
So if you're saying, let me see if you're saying if he's approved going forward, he's not going to have any property tax bill, and so maybe he could pay what he was going to be paying in property tax if it was half. He could pay that towards
towards
going forward.
Yes.
But over a period of greater than a year, is that what you're thinking, Paul? I know Nicole. I don't know. I've.
She's got a grin.
I'm feeling lasers being burned into my head. No, I know that I don't know that I've ever seen a deferral for more than a year. Have you?
Well, we're talking about a deferral for the past, right? For 25, 185, 53. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Let me ask.
Yeah.
Let me ask this. So if there was if
Would you come up to the microphone? I'm sorry.
let me throw this thought out.
Laser
Let me throw this thought out. So we're 2 years in arrears? Is that what the $2,600?
It goes back to 2016.
Yeah, in order to be up for tax sale, it's actually 5.
Right. Well, that's what I thought.
But that, yeah,
So,
Nicole can explain that.
I guess. Okay. No, please. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sure the $362 a month payment includes the 2021 tax.
Yeah.
But there would be one because he would qualify.
Yeah, so that would lower it a bit.
Right. I mean, one thing you could possibly do that we've done is, you know, we've gone back retro and given him the amount of an abatement, which he would have probably qualified for last year. And possibly the year before, so we could significantly reduce what
Well,
his
yeah, that's
payment
true. I've
would
seen-
be
I've seen the
because we
commissioners-
have gone in the back, you know, and issued an abatement because they failed to send their application in.
And that was my thought. If he's qualified, if his financial situation hasn't changed and he's reached the appropriate age, can we go back and I guess forgive that amount that he would have qualified for anyway? Because we wouldn't have, I guess, because if he truly would have qualified for that anyway, that's not money that we would have received anyway.
You're talking 2020, 2019, right?
Just.
And that was my
So
my
what's
thought.
the total
So,
amount
any
that
idea what
At
that
this
would
point,
what
we
that
get
would bring
that?
that to?
So if we did abate those 2 years, and we would need to see what it is moving forward and see if that's
Yeah.
manageable. Is that what?
So, well, and Nicole, you left too soon. So, because there would have been amounts from 16 and 17 as well. Because she's got that report right in front of her.
I probably wouldn't have qualified then. I'm 68 now, so I wouldn't have been at 66 by that, at that time.
Yeah, but we're talking about the amount, and so it starts to get a little weird.
Right.
2018, he filed for the abatement and he qualified for half, probably because you weren't
Quite
66
of
yet.
age, yeah.
So it was probably based on hardship. Like in 2018, you had applied, and all of 2018 ended up getting paid, because he did get half abatement, and then it looked like he had paid the other half.
I've made some
But-
small payments, throughout this time, but not enough to cover the whole amount.
Right.
Okay,
But
so
in 2019, would you have been 66 by then? Okay. So you probably then would have qualified in 19 and 20.
So my understanding is,
So-
I assumed that once I came in and signed, that
Yeah.
it was a forever thing. Yeah.
Well, and that
that
it's
it had
a state program. It's not even a county program, so that's the requirement of the state. And they do that a lot because whether you may have sold your home or you've moved, and so it's really hard to track because literally we get so many applications. They've changed it on our veterans, for our disabled veterans, that they don't have to apply every year, but it's a lot of work for Christine to go out and make sure they still own the home. They're still alive. They're, it's
Yeah, that's
to where,
probably
so
what
that's
what
why
has
they have
changed
you
during those
reapply.
years.
It's just so that we're not having to say, oh, is Mr. Hilliard still alive? Does he still own the home? Has he, he's not moved, and so.
So Nicole,
This makes.
go ahead, sorry, finish. Could you give us the breakdown on years? I just didn't have that in front of me here. Because I think that will help with what these guys are thinking. So.
And I guess my question, if we were to debate 2019 and 20, then what would his payment be moving forward? And is that something you can handle? Because we certainly don't want to keep coming back addressing this, right, every year.
Have the 16 and 17 years on that, which he owes what, maybe
So.
8 months?
Yeah.
Here are the whole amount.
6, oh my heck.
You're 66.
It should.
Understanding
I
that
think so,
right?
yes.
Full abatement, okay.
So 420, 25.
But you got to do something about 2016 because that's what's triggered tax sale.
Yeah. So 2016 is 420.25. 17 is 365.37, and then 18 was paid. Thank you, Nicole.
So what will it be? What would the payment be?
And so if we divide that by,
Am I correct that, this is on an 11-month schedule?
38.
How much?
$38.20. $38.20. So what they were, what look, I think if I can try and interpret what they're thinking is they were going to take. I think they're thinking about forgiving 19 and 20 because you would have qualified if you had applied and because you'd reached the age requirement. Therefore, 16 and 17 were the only outstanding.
State law requires Nicole to apply money to the newest year first, and it's so that people aren't, like Paul says, getting in these perpetual situations, which means that's a, what was the amount?
3820.
Yeah, no, it was the history. So that means a total of times, yes. Yeah, that's why it's a total of 420. No, I'm sorry, I did the math wrong. I don't know. I'm like an airhead this morning. 420. Total of 785.62 for those 2 years. Then you divide that by 11.
For 16 and 17.
Well, could that time period be stretched? Say if you went to 18 months or 24 months, to bring the payment down.
Yeah. It's 71.42, Paul.
7142 would be the payment moving forward.
Yeah, so if we did that, you would have a monthly payment for 11 months of $71.42.
Is that manageable?
I could live with that.
Is that feasible?
Yeah.
So the commissioners could forgive 16 and 17 and abate.
Oh, forgive.
I'm sorry.
19 and 20.
Yes.
19
I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah, you're good. So, well, Mr. Chair, if you're ready for motion, I'll move.
I think we're all on the same.
I'll move to abate to grant an abatement for the tax years
forgiveness.
or forgiveness. Isn't that the same thing?
No.
Okay. Forgive taxes for 2019 and 2020, and
I'm confused too.
and then that would reduce your payment down to the 16 and 17 years of 795.62 with a payment of 71.42. Is that right? Is that what we came up with? And you feel like that's manageable moving forward?
So, yeah.
Okay, that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, and when would the first payment be?
It would be due in May, just because we're compressing. So at some point this month, and then you make the payments to Nicole. We'll have a deferral agreement for you to sign in the commission chair, and I'll kind of explain the details. But basically, one monthly payment of $71.42 each month for 11 months.
That helps. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We've had a motion and we've had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming in. These are the most sticky things we have to deal with, and it's really helpful when we kind of have this group effort to make sure that everything's legal and fair.
They won't have anything to do with me.
Gotcha.
Oh, we're not.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come in and help us work through it. We really appreciate that. Item number 5. Consideration of application for annexation to Cedar City, proposed annexation plat for Onato Investments LLC, Mike Coronado, parcel 40.02 acres, leaving an island or peninsula of unincorporated county. Annexation must be agreed by city and county per Utah Code annotated 10-2-402, subsection 1, subsection B, subsection 3, or III, appraiser's parcel number D-620-1. Back to Mr. Erickson.
Thank you. This is an annexation plat from Mike Coronado trying to figure out how to get their property developed. And this is an area map that shows the parcel. The parcel we're talking about is this parcel right here. Okay. This is the corner of 2300 West and 3000 North. The challenge with this is that he also owns the three parcels to the north for a total of 120 acres. This is the only parcel that's in the Cedar City annexation expansion area.
Reed, show me where 3000 North is. 3000.
Right.
On the bottom of it.
Okay, that's. Yeah, I know where it is, but that's 3000 right there.
This is 3000
okay,
right here.
Okay.
And 2300
Okay.
West, Airport Road.
Okay.
So the area that is highlighted here is what area is unincorporated. So they did an annexation of this area over here several years ago, prior to the law changing, where you had to have the county's permission to annex property if it left an unannexed peninsula.
So
they
it
didn't
wasn't-
get the county's permission.
It wasn't contiguous.
And so it wasn't. It left an unannexed peninsula that shouldn't have. This should never have been annexed, because what it did was it created this unannexed peninsula right here, okay, that exists of unincorporated county area. This is the Flying L subdivision, different phases along 2300 West here, and then 3000. So this is Gemini Meadows. This is in the city. This is the Stevensville ditch that separates those. That's the boundary that runs between Cedar City and the unincorporated area county. This property up here was annexed into Cedar City years ago and wasn't a problem. But now when they want to annex this property right here, it creates even more of a peninsula
Island.
because it closes this off this much more. Okay, so as we calculate it, this is how it works. Currently, the boundary, by definition in state law, unincorporated peninsula is defined as 25% or less of the boundary that you would see in blue. Okay, if I can walk over here for just a second. This blue boundary, if you take that distance, 25, and then the opening across that, so in yellow here, that has to be 25% or more than 25%, or else this is a peninsula of unannexed property. Okay, so right now it's 19.5%, which is the reason that this property to the west right here shouldn't have been annexed. And that was done before the law says you can do it if you have permission of the county. Right now, we're not filling in, and we've had policy in the past that says, look, if we've got property that we're filling in a peninsula or an island, let's say that this property right here wanted to annex. Okay, that's part of the existing peninsula, and it would be filling it in, and we would be okay with that generally because we want to get those filled in. But this just adds to. It's not in the existing peninsula right here. It just adds to it. So I would say from a planning perspective and by state law, obviously it doesn't qualify to annex because it leaves an unannexed peninsula, except that if the county and the city agree, they can do an annexation that leaves an unannexed peninsula. Cedar City has agreed that they should incorporate that property because it's in their annexation expansion area. I'm kind of sitting on the fence about this one, and it's a difficult one because I don't like the fact that we're making the peninsula worse, and that in and of itself isn't the problem. What I wanted to just talk for a minute about what problems that does cause us. And we have a number of places in Iron County where we have islands and peninsulas of unannexed property, and it's a result of the Cedar City Council. And I don't think any elected board is a lot different, ever wanting to force someone to annex when they don't want to. So they'll cherry stem around them, and the people that want to annex get annexed, and they leave someone else because they didn't want to. And that used to be more of a concern because there was quite a tax discrepancy between when you would come in the city and when you were in the county. But since 2008, that we've had the Unincorporated Area Services District, the municipal services tax that we collect in the unincorporated area is very close to the city's tax. And so from a taxing standpoint, it's not a lot different. What the difference really is just land use, and where services come from. Now, where services come from is really important because what makes it really complicated is when you have an island in the middle of or a peninsula, and the county has to go out around and come down in and plow snow and then go back out. And Horse Alley is in the county. We end up having agreements between you plow this road, we'll plow that road, and we try to work around those kinds of things to
The
make
garbage
it as efficient as
services are
possible.
very similar as well. A lot of horse trading that happens that way.
Yeah, and it's just not good land use planning, and it doesn't make for the efficient provision of services. And that's why the state has said, yeah, you can't annex and leave an unannexed peninsular island. My discussion with Cedar City recently has been, okay, what is Cedar City ever going to do to include these properties and get them annexed in? Are they ever going to annex them? If they're not taking any steps whatsoever to fill this peninsula in and annex instead of just scooping around, then why should we agree to annex more property on the periphery that creates more of a problem? So from that standpoint, I would say we should not agree to annex this property. That said, on the other side of the fence is the fact that you have a property who is trying to develop and create a subdivision. And the reason that they came to the county and said, we want to subdivide this 120 acres. And we said, well, state law requires that first we coordinate with the city and see whether it's eligible to annex, and if it is, it should be annexed. Well, then that's the process we went through, and then determined that it really isn't eligible unless the city and the county agree for that 120 acres. And so I would say, well, let's default to really what does the property owner want to do in this case. They have petitioned annexation, and they're following through with annexation, and the only reason that they're going that route is because they can develop cheaper in the county, in the city, than they can in the county, in this case, because of water. Water rights, and this is something that's being evaluated right now by the Water Conservancy District. So if they develop in the county, in the unincorporated area, Central Iron County Water Conservancy District requires 1 acre-foot per lot created, with a reduction of, if they do a voluntary restriction of the amount of grass that's planted, they can get a 10% or a 20% reduction from what's required to bring those water rights to the Conservancy District. And that is a lot more water required for them to develop than it is if they annex into Cedar City, because Cedar City's water requirement has to do with how many water rights per acre that they annex, not how many lots they create. So they want to create, 1/4 acre lots, 1/2 acre lots, so that would require 2 to 3, 4 times as much water in the county than it does in the city. And that's their dilemma right now. So I went to the Water Conservancy District and said, what are we going to do with situations like this? We've been having this discussion with the R4K zone on 4,000 square foot lots. We said we don't need the Conservancy District to be requiring 1 acre foot of water for a 4,000 square foot lot when we have,
couldn't put that much
very
grass.
little grass to water in that size of a lot. And we also, are working on some other high density things with townhomes and in the performance subdivision, and they've been doing some evaluations on that, and they've been looking at what Cedar City's rules are, how Parowan does it, and Enoch, and trying to figure out how they fit into this picture a little better now that they're getting into higher density development and providing water where it used to just be on large lots and it wasn't so much of a concern. So after all that discussion, we are left with the fact that under the current ordinances, it's easier and cheaper for the developer, even though they still have impact fees in the city that they wouldn't have in the county in terms of development. Those aren't development fees. Those are passed on to the owners when they come to build the lot. So when we're comparing development costs in the city and the county, development itself is very comparable other than the water infrastructure. Okay? They have to use cast iron pipe in the city versus plastic pipe in the county, and that's really the only difference. Other than curb, gutter, and sidewalk, depending on density, this kind of density they were doing, we both require it. The infrastructure costs are very similar. The real costs are once you sell the lot, to build on it, it costs a lot more in the city because they have impact fees that the county doesn't have. But those aren't borne by the developer. So when the developer's looking at it, he's just saying, what are my costs to develop, which is infrastructure, very similar, water rights, which is where the big discrepancy is right now. So the Water Conservancy District staff is going to take a proposal to their board in the next week, 2 weeks, 10 days, whenever their next meeting. I don't think it's this week. I think it's the middle of next week, so within 10 days, that they are working on. And we met a couple of times last week and talked about different options and proposals because they relate to our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, the guest house ordinance, and when additional connections are made and how much more water rights are required. And we've been working on all those things together. And they're going to come up with a formula that I think would satisfy the developer's interest in trying to develop that in the county because it wouldn't require as much water. So I put this on the agenda before we got a lot of those answers because we're trying to have these discussions.
Well, if that issue was resolved, he may just go ahead and stay in the county.
That's correct.
So
When I've talked to
and
Mike,
the only
and
way
he
that would
wanted
work,
to stay in the county,
other than the
So-
water.
Other than the
He
water,
would prefer to develop in
He
the
must
county,
not
but he
have known
can't
that.
afford to because right now the Conservancy District requires him to have 1 acre-foot of water per lot, not per acre, which the city's rate is like 1 point something acres per acre. So for 40 acres, he could develop that. For maybe about 60 acre feet of water, he can develop that. If he develops it in the county, he's got to have several hundred feet of acre feet of water. And that's where the big difference is right now. So I don't think that there's an urgency from the county to act on this, because if the county says, no, we don't agree that that should be annexed because this is not good development, then he cannot annex into the city. And yet that may be his best option as a developer, and I'd hate to, take that away from him under the circumstance. So I would suggest we defer this action until the next meeting. Just carry it
To see
on
what
to the
happens
next
with the
agenda.
Conservancy
See what happens with the Water Conservancy District and see whether that has influence on the developer or not. And the other thing I would say is when the city determined that they would annex that and wanted to, they were not aware, and their city planner didn't show. They just said it's in their annexation area. It's eligible annex. It's adjacent all along the west side of the city boundary. To this property's east side. It should qualify. And then I said, well, let's start evaluating what this annexation does in terms of an unannexed peninsula, and it doesn't qualify without the county's permission. And so that kind of they didn't have all that discussion when they determined that. I think that it would be appropriate that in the event that the county felt like the developer could develop in the county under new water rules and said, no, we do not agree to this annexation, we could go to the city and explain all that. And I think we want to have a good working relationship with them. We want this to work when it can work, and that we coordinate with them. And I think with the new city engineer and their staff, we've had some good discussions about annexation. And we've talked about 2 other annexations since this one's come up that should be annexed, and they don't create, and we've calculated the acreage, and I think we have a good relationship that way, and I think we can go forward after we know a little bit more.
Makes sense to get everybody on the same page, right? So we can, moving forward, it's easier to make these decisions.
I just want to say something real quick. So I actually live.
Dan lives right there.
I live right in the middle, at the top of the T. No conflict of interest. This is not me as the auditor. This is quasi-public comment. I just wanted to say, but it actually provides a little bit of information on this. So Flying L, most of the leadership of Flying L on the water board, whatever, they are really happy with their water system and are happier with a lower tax rate. And they don't have any intention of joining Cedar City and the water. In fact, they don't even want to play ball with the Conservancy District with water, because they get a lot of water for what they pay. They don't meter it. It's all good, right? I'm in a different situation with my water. I'm quite excited to see this development come in. because we plan on hopping on some system now as it comes right by our intersection. But the reason I say that is I don't think, and it doesn't change anything what Rita said. I don't disagree with it with a single thing, other than the fact that the more and more likely this looks to potentially annex this area by creating this area, you're going to see some resistance by most of Flying L. They really like being in the county, as do I. But anyways, I wanted to say that.
Reed, the law to allow peninsulas and islands came out in, I think, 15.
In what?
2015, wasn't it? Wasn't that John Westwood's?
Somewhere around there, 15 or 16.
And
yeah.
I worked in the recorder's office. I don't like it. But we have a lot of them, like you say. Has there been any discussion to tie, I mean, you've got that bit on the east to kind of bring those in. East of the subject property along 3000 North, right on the edge of the screen. The yellow, isn't that Cedar City in the yellow there?
This is Cedar
county.
City. This is county.
Yeah.
And
so
yeah,
you're not. It's not a big gap. Is what I'm trying to say.
This is not an island, though. If I went back over here a little further, it then
Yeah.
comes up because they kind of went around here and annexed this in again without coordination, and it shouldn't have been because it left this as a peninsula.
What does your yellow on the map mean?
This is R5.
Oh, zoning.
This is zoning. This is an R5 zoning, and this is commercial.
Okay.
And so this could be filled in,
Yeah.
And these should be annexed into the city because you got city wrapping all around them. And,
Gemini Meadows
eventually
is.
these should be in the city. But my contention is that we've had a development proposal for this property, and for this property, I think that even though these are in the Cedar City's annexation expansion area, Cedar City's in the process right now of redoing their general plan, and it will identify their annexation area. And I've been working with the cities, with Canaryville, with Enoch, with Bryan Head, saying, look, when you are looking at areas that you should be growing in, you should be looking at where you can provide services, and you can do it without creating peninsulas and islands that are already in the county, or go about figuring out how to annex these other areas into the county or into your city. And so that should have some influence in that area. I would be against annexing this property and then this property, and then all of a sudden you're closing that in, and it just really complicates it. And we already have county subdivision just north of these properties already. Monarch Meadows, Sunrise, and down a new subdivision we just approved here at the Estates Sunrise Ranch, which is just across the street from Monarch Meadows. And the county is really going to be developing in that area. We ought not be mixing the city and so that's my recommendation, that we wait a couple of weeks, we see what the Water Conservancy District does, we talk to the developer again, and we really get a better handle on whether this is the right thing to do or not.
I have a question, Reed. In that area that is county, in that peninsula, so if those people do not want to be annexed in, I mean, do they have to? I mean, can they force them to do that, or how does that work?
It depends on whether or not, it depends on the annexation proposal. If they are a minority property owner by geographic area, and I think it's 30% of the value, I can't remember the value amounts, but there is a provision in state code that people can be forced to annex. If all this whole subdivision didn't want to annex, it cannot be annexed. But if there's a large, let's just say that this guy right here doesn't want to annex, but all this property around here decides to annex, they could force him in. Okay,
Yeah.
because he's a minority property owner.
I wondered how that worked.
He doesn't represent a more than a majority of the property being annexed or the value.
And you recollect that percentage is based on value,
it's
not
both.
acreage?
There's two.
It's both.
There's two components. One is acreage and one is value, and they're not the same number. I just can't remember what it is. But they can force them in.
Yeah.
But it would be a minority property owner. In fact, that's what happened right here. Okay, this property owner right here or right here, one of these two did not want to be annexed, and it may have been one of these right here. But when they annexed this whole big thing, they had so much more property as a percent of what was being annexed than his that it just forced him in.
Amen.
And they had to force that in order for it to be contiguous. And that's what happens, you know.
But they did that without us knowing?
Yeah, well,
On
without
that side?
any consultation or
Station.
visit. Yeah,
Yeah.
it just happened. We
Oh.
didn't get the notification process.
The city can't force, they can't start the annexation process.
Only, they do, there are ways that they can, but not in this situation, because they have to be in areas that they're already providing services to. And there are very specific things, but it can happen. The city can decide that they want to annex that property and annex it without the property owner's permission. But they have to have been providing services for so long, and there are requirements. Okay? Any other questions? Sorry, that
So
took
do
so much
we
time.
have to have a motion on that, or?
Probably best.
Yeah, we need a motion.
Just a motion to table.
Just a motion to table on number 5, annex to Cedar City, proposed annexation plat for Onadu Investment LLC, Mike Coronado, 40 acres, 40.02 acres, leaving an island and peninsula of unincorporated county.
Second.
Enough to, yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, will you put that back on the agenda in 2 weeks, or do you want me to put it back on when we get the?
I'll make a note, we'll put it back on.
Yeah. And we'll coordinate, I'll make sure we have it.
Okay.
Items number 6 and 7, Sheriff Carpenter. Item number 6, discussion and possible approval of funding regarding SU Aviation purchase of an additional helicopter and requesting for funding from Iron County to complete that purchase.
Good afternoon, Commission. I've got Corporal Devin Lorenzen with me today. He's one of my tactical flight officers with our partnership with SU Aviation. He's got a brief PowerPoint presentation that he'll provide in order to kind of bring you up to speed where we're at with SU Aviation.
I'll get that pulled up, hopefully. Oh, no, don't read.
While that's coming up, can we just interrupt quick enough? We were gonna come back at 1 o'clock to discuss roads, or where are you on the agenda, and you still wanna do that, or do you wanna bump that back a little?
You'll probably want to incorporate lunch there for you at some point.
Um,
Yeah, and that might take a while.
For our
I
session?
I think we're quite. I mean, I don't think we're going to be done anytime soon. How's that?
Yeah, you got a few minutes.
2 would be sufficient, probably.
Yeah, and I.
Jen's gonna meet with us. She can meet with us before or whatever. Yeah.
And maybe, Jen, could you meet afterwards with them?
I'm here all day, it doesn't matter.
So I have a commitment
Or she's
back
in the
in Cedar
office.
City on budget hearings with the fire department this afternoon.
What time?
Well, anytime between 1 and 4, whenever the phone rings.
Approximately when they get to it. Okay.
Approximately when
Do
they
this
get to
sooner than.
Cell service or something?
it.
Maybe we should do it after this. Immediately. Do they want to wait?
Yeah.
You want to wait?
Wanted to know when.
Yeah.
How's your blood sugar? You up for
I'm
pushing through?
I'm good for pushing through. If
Okay.
We
I mean,
good?
I could.
Yeah, let's do it.
I could arrange for food if you need.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
yeah, let's just push.
Okay.
So we're sticking to 1 o'clock.
I think 1:30 would be pretty.
I don't think we'll be done by 1, but we'll hurry. We'll do the best we can.
Just say yes to this.
No doubt.
Sure.
That would speed it up.
There haven't been any easy agenda items today. There haven't.
I didn't think it was supposed to be this hard.
Today's been a talk about it day.
Back at 1:30, where we go from
Okay.
Perfect.
You can let me know. I will.
All right. Well, I just want to start by saying thank you for taking the time to hear this proposal. I wanted to give a brief history about the Iron County Sheriff's Office and our air operations unit that we've had in place. That was formally established about a year ago in the middle of 2019. And since then, we've been able to accomplish quite a few awesome and unique things here within Iron County. So just as a brief overview of why we need an air operations unit here. Mostly response to major incidences. By having an air asset available, we essentially take a mobile incident command in the air that has direct view of the incident and can provide either a tactical advantage or safety communications built into the incident itself. Also with that, because of the increased population in Iron County, residents coming to it, as well as increased tourism. This morning, a statistic was shared that the National Park Service are almost 30% above attendances last year already. And we're seeing that here in Iron County, mostly in the backcountry side of it. That has also led to increased search and rescue responses by the Sheriff's Office. And so by having this asset, can become a force multiplier and help aid in access to those people. It also reduces liability for pursuits, hostage situations, SWAT, search and rescue, and other events. Just recently, we had a pursuit out in Newcastle and Burrell to where having that helicopter, that air asset involved in the pursuit greatly enhanced officer safety to where we were able to avoid some vehicle collisions and provide that overall view to help those involved. And then once again, just expands those capabilities, mostly decreasing response times and gaining quicker access to victims. Rather than a 7-hour hike out on a backboard for someone that's injured on a biking trail, that can now become a 20-minute response, getting them to medical aid or in better circumstances. What we currently have with SEU, we have a call list structure to where once they are advised of a page out, usually we are in the air within 30 minutes to an hour. SEU as a whole currently has 38 aircraft. That's between fixed wing and helicopters. However, they only have 3 turbine helicopters that are capable of functioning at the higher altitudes that we have if we do go up Cedar Mountain. With that, we do have to structure our responses around their schedules that they have with students, as well as maintenance schedules that they have with the aircraft. So with that, like that last bulleted item, access can be limited because of those, because we are sharing the aircraft at this time. Moving forward, we'd like to increase that availability to the aircraft, keeping similar response times. However, by moving forward with the purchase of this aircraft, we have come to an agreement with SEU that it will be the #1 priority aircraft to receive maintenance, so its downtime will be limited. As well, the aircraft has dedicated mission essential equipment. With that, you have the FLIR, which is a forward-looking infrared, which detects heat, which we can use in any time of day, especially nighttime searches for people that have gone missing. It does have a night sun, or essentially a giant spotlight that turns nighttime into day. That greatly helps with officer safety once they are on the ground or locating suspects. It also has a communication suite. This helicopter has approximately 8 radios inside of it that are air-to-air radios, as well as air-to-ground or mobile radios that we can use for public safety. And then it also has a mapping software and a recording software inside that links everything together. Also, by purchasing this aircraft, #1 will have increased familiarity with it. We will have one dedicated system for the county. Right now, we give them a call and it's whatever one's available. So we're jumping on, and it might be a small little piston-driven 2-seater, or it might be a bigger turbine one like what we have currently. So to be able to have that better familiarity. And second to last on that bullet item, by having this aircraft, it can provide a higher level of service by augmenting law enforcement functions as well as expediting any law enforcement outcome, whether that's a search and rescue or whether that's apprehending a dangerous suspect. The aircraft in question is a Bell 407 helicopter. It is currently on lease from Delaware State Police. Back in mid-October, there was an agreement made by SEU as a lease-to-own option, and every month or every 2 months that lease agreement has had to be renewed. As long as we've been able to show progress towards purchase, which has been done through grant applications, we have been able to extend that lease. We're coming up on 7 months of that lease, and the owner of the aircraft is kind of saying, you know, put up or shut up, essentially, to us as far as moving forward and being able to extend that lease. The airframe in question, like I say, is that Bell 407. It is a well-renowned airframe. Classic Lifeguard out of Page, Arizona uses it for medical transports. Arizona DPS uses it for helicopter rescues as well as their police services there. Lifelight used it previous to their new aircraft that they're using now. This aircraft that we have been leasing, like I said earlier, is outfitted with thermal capabilities, spotlight, communication suite, as well as their recording equipment. It also has medical provisions inside of it. Delaware State Police used it as a medevac unit, as they provided that for the whole state. And then it also has attachment points to provide victim hoisting, so that we'd be able to extract them from cliff sides or hillsides. This is kind of a demonstration of that floor. That forward-looking infrared essentially sees heat, isn't reliant on any ambient lighting. So if someone is out in the woods trying to hide, you can pick up that body heat, something that they can't hide. Whether that's an unconscious subject that has wandered off and is laying in the woods, or a suspect trying to hide that could be a danger to law enforcement. The Traca beam, or that night sun, like I said, it kind of turns night into daytime. Within the cockpit, we have those several radios as well as the mapping system that ties everything together, and the communications end of it's kind of key with the aircraft, being able to provide that command and control structure from the air. This helicopter also has the ability to broadcast everything that you're seeing on that monitoring system to ground units. So with the appropriate software, you can see what the helicopter is seeing. During pursuits, supervisors or anybody can pull that up. During suspect searches or search and rescues, incident command teams can also see what the helicopter is seeing as far as access to personnel or where they're at. What else does it have? It has rappel mounts and then that hoist capability. Once we find the victim, this allows us to get to them or extricate them from whatever circumstance that they're in. So far, what we've been able to accomplish with our agreement, and specifically with this aircraft. 2019, we didn't have this aircraft specifically, but we did have 15 documented responses. We were struggling with documentation back then. We are getting better with it as far as uses of the aircraft. But in 2019, we responded to one airplane crash. With aviation unit, we were able to successfully locate 8 missing persons that search and rescue ground personnel were not able to locate. We also had 2 medical responses prior to search and rescue arrival, to where as a medic was dropped off, I hiked into the patient, stabilized them, and then once search and rescue got there, we were able to extricate them in a safe manner. And then we also did a high threat overwatch for a dangerous felon in New Harmony, where we provided that overwatch for Washington County. In 2020, we participated in a homicide investigation. 9 missing persons were found, and we did participate in 1 vehicle pursuit, which ended in Beaver County, where we were instrumental in helping them apprehend a mother and 2 sons that were involved in a multi-state crime spree involving burglaries and vehicle thefts. Just this year alone, we have been involved in 5 major incidences. 1 involving a missing person, 2 were fleeing suspects that we located with the helicopter. 1 was a wildfire response out in Hamlin Valley. It was a quick moving fire. With this helicopter, we were able to get out there, and using the PA system, we were able to advise public and direct them how to evacuate, since the fire was overtaking the main road going through Hamlin Valley. So we were able to provide that information and evacuate personnel. And then kind of the culminating thing of why this asset is awesome is we did have a pursuit out in Newcastle, which I was able to be involved in. But I was able to provide oversight for the ground units as they were involved in this pursuit. Ultimately, at the end of it, we were able to provide extreme officer safety to avoid collisions or further incidences that may have happened. We were able to alert the public in front of the pursuit, so they were able to clear the roadways. And by apprehending this suspect, this is a suspect that was involved in several burglaries and thefts throughout the Burrell area. The property and assets that we were able to recover or adjudicate were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars by being able to apprehend this one suspect. With those 5 responses that we have had this year, we have also had 16 requests for the helicopter. 11 of those we have not been able to fulfill because of scheduling conflicts or because of maintenance issues. By moving forward with the purchase of this helicopter, we would be able to essentially have this become a dedicated asset to the sheriff's office. It would take priority in maintenance, so its maintenance downtime would be lessened, and we would have more opportunities to have it involved in police or law enforcement functions. So with that, we have applied for several grants. There is one grant that will be funding the first part of June that we have applied for. The totality of that grant is up to $1.5 million. And speaking with the state, they are saying that we more than likely will not get that full amount, but probably somewhere around 700 to 800,000, leaving the rest of that up to us or somebody to come up with. The price of this helicopter to purchase is $1.3 million. So that would leave about $650,000 of a remaining budget. If we were to look at a similar asset, if we were to go out and look at an aircraft with similar time, similar age to purchase, would be just over $2 million. And then with all the equipment and suite and communication suite and everything added to it, would be about another $1 million. So effectively, to have a very similar asset would be about $3.2 million to purchase. And this one is available for 1.3. Do you have any questions for me?
Let me just step in for a minute. So as Devin has been talking, I talked with Mike from SUU Aviation. What he's told me is that the grant that they've applied for is through the state. The state, as Devin has expressed, is up to, we're probably going to see probably around $700,000 of that. What they're asking for is that we make an approval up to $600,000. In all likelihood, it'll probably be a little bit less than that, as SUU thinks that they could probably put about another $200,000 towards the purchase of the helicopter if that's where it came down to. I also met with Colonel Rappich from DPS last week, talking about the state's air program. They just have got funding for a second helicopter. They want to try to put the emphasis on that towards southern Utah, all of southern Utah. But in reality, that's not really going to happen. I mean, we'll probably see it down here for periods of time for, high incidents and whatnot. But right now, the demands around the rest of the state are such that they're using up, those air assets. So for us, this is extremely important. We've made requests in the past for the state helicopter for one reason or another where it wasn't available. And some of those times have been very critical to us. We had a rescue last year up Cedar Canyon where a gentleman had fallen, was on a shell slope, and was literally feet away from several 100-foot drop. And every time the helicopter tried to get in to position, they weren't able to to get in without the shell starting to move and move him closer to the edge of the slope. But with SU, we were able to take hundreds and hundreds of pounds worth of equipment up to a safe location, and we're able to rappel down to him, get him stabilized, get him the medical treatment that he needed, and then be able to extract him later. You know, so these things have been, it's been really a godsend for our community to have this partnership with SUU Aviation. So they haven't charged us for pilots, they haven't charged us for maintenance, they haven't charged us for fuel. It's something that SUU Aviation has been doing as a community service, and it's been a fantastic partnership for us because we've been able to really save a lot of lives because of having that asset available to us. So if it's something that is feasible within our budget, I think that it's $600,000. It's very well spent for our community, for the safety and security of
So I have a
our
couple
citizens.
financial questions. Have we talked to Cedar City? Are they willing to participate? Is the maintenance?
We haven't talked to Cedar City. Part of the reason is because they really don't have the need for it like we do.
Okay.
You know, the vast majority of the things that have been taking place with the helicopter have been within county jurisdiction, search and rescue, you know, pursuits outside of the city, things of
In
that
my brain, I was just thinking, because of, I mean, like our participation with them on fire is rather significant each year.
Right.
And is the maintenance going to continue to be covered?
Yes.
Through SUU?
Right, yeah.
And like you say, top priority. And then, just trying to clarify, what is the $200,000 about? That's the amount they're going to?
So if they're, right now, it's still kind of up in the air because we don't know what the grant is going to be funded at. As Devin pointed out, the grant could be fully funded at $1.5 million. If that's the case, then this is all null and void. But it could also be funded at $350,000.
Because they're asking 1.3.
They're asking 1.3. So with the information that they've have gone out with, their best bet is that they're probably going to get around $700,000. And so with that, then, you know, they're asking if we could cover up to $600,000.
They felt like they could
with
participate with two.
With Mike's interaction with the university, they're now saying that they think that they could probably come up with another two, but everything right now is
Still fluid, but
pretty nebulous.
But you're estimating 7, 2, and 6.
Right.
Okay. I'm just trying to clarify that.
Right. So that's the estimation. I think if it's like $350,000, then it's probably going to be a bridge too far, and we're probably not going to get the asset.
Okay.
Well, I have to be honest. The initial sticker shock of even the 600, even how you described it, sounds like a good deal. It's tough for me to swallow, but
I understand.
You know, I mean, I almost called you, Sheriff, and talked to you about it, but I wanted to hear the presentation first. I did call. I mean, I called Commissioner Iverson in Washington County, just talked to him for a minute. They don't have a helicopter. I don't know if we could.
No, and
if we look at this, if we could partner with them.
Well,
to spread the cost out a little better, and the other thing is, it concerns me. Once you get into something like this, you very seldom ever get out of it. I mean, when this wears out, then what? You know, I mean.
You're right, and I can tell you that the state, DPS, is hoping to be able to get funding for a third helicopter, and ultimately someday in the future, you know, with what Colonel Rappage has told me, is Salt Lake, Cedar City, and Moab form more or less a perfect triangle to cover the state, and so DPS at some point in time would like to be able to deploy a helicopter permanently here in Cedar City and another one permanently over in Moab. But with their current funding, they have one helicopter, one that they use for counting elk and, you know, mountain goats and stuff like that, that they really can't use for law enforcement functions, and then one that they just got the funding for to purchase this second helicopter.
What's the anticipated life of the aircraft? I mean, is it indefinite with maintenance? Is it?
Okay. So you're right, but you know, this is with the growth of our county with the growth of you know, the surrounding areas and whatnot, and you know, the requirements that are still placed upon us for search and rescue and other law enforcement operations. This is becoming more and more a requirement rather than something that we can just ignore. And it'd be nice if the state was able to fund it and provide it all to us, but so far that hasn't happened. And you know, for us, this has been a fantastic partnership. You know, they've given us really unrestricted use to their helicopters and to their aircraft for pretty much anything we've needed. You know, we've used them for searching grids for missing persons. We've used them for flying equipment up to drop it off for search and rescues, personnel, extractions of people injured. We've used it for so many different things, and it's like I say, at a $600,000 price tag, I think it's really pretty cheap for what they've given to us and what they'll continue to give us in the future. So.
Did we fund some equipment for them in the past?
So night vision equipment in the past.
I couldn't remember what it was.
That's been really the only other thing that we've ever given to.
Was that just the helmets and?
Yeah, the night vision capability.
Individual night vision capabilities.
I don't know. It's hard, you know, and I'm just trying to be honest. But our budget and the inflationary demands on our budget moving forward, that's a big chunk of money.
It is. It is a big chunk of money. You know,
and I don't know. I'd like to maybe hear from Dan, see what his thoughts are, and you know, but could we have Beaver and Washington and some of these neighboring counties help with the partnership?
And those may be things that are possibilities. I think that part of that is going to depend on SU, because it's like I say, right now they're providing Iron County with free pilot, free fuel, free maintenance, and the helicopter.
Just Iron County.
Just our county.
What if
now we've gone out and have assisted them on certain things. We had an aircraft that crashed on top of Cedar Mountain. Was it? It's closer to Kolob. By Kolob, where they tried to land on the snow last year and flipped over, and the helicopter was able to go in and extract the pilot and passenger for Washington County. They've done things like that, but it's been through us. It's been something that we've provided as a service to them, but that's really pretty rare. You know, the very vast majority of its use has been right here in Iron County. So
I'd like to ask him, how many of your pilots will end up in the law enforcement area? Do you have any idea about that?
So right now, we deputized about 12 instructor pilots right now that are currently teaching for SEU, that we have deputized as special deputies to perform law enforcement functions for us.
You needed to do that for them to be able to know what's going on in the radio and all that.
Correct. So their responsibility is to fly and operate the helicopter safely. We do have several TFOs, or tactical flight officers, through the sheriff's office. Our job there is then to provide that insight, that law enforcement insight, aircraft positioning, communications. He flies it. We pretty much do everything else. So.
I appreciate all that you've done for the county. But like Commissioner Cousins says, we're just struggling with this because, you know, like the grants that we're, the COVID money that we're getting, you know, I mean, that could be something, but that would go against our jail. That would be money that would be taken away from our jail, and we really need that too. So we're struggling with it, and we would love to do that. I mean, every one of us know how valuable that is, but it's just such a big, you know, amount of money. You know, it is sticker shock. That's why I asked the Sheriff Carpenter, is there any money anywhere else that, maybe, if we could just come up with part of that even, we just feel like it's so
part of
beneficial.
Part of the problem is we were looking for grants within law enforcement circles, which goes through Department of Justice. The problem is that the Department of Justice rules on aviation assets really eliminated us from being eligible for it. So the way DOJ's funding is that it has to be in a large metropolitan area and is being used primarily for drug interdiction activities, or it has to be flown directly in support of tribal nations. And, we just don't qualify. The Paiute tribe here.
Recreation doesn't qualify.
Right. So, we weren't eligible for
any of those
DOJ type grants. And so through law enforcement, there's no money available to us. It has to come from another source. So.
Dan.
You wanted me to comment, Paul, you mentioned.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. So, first of all, I mean, it's a win-win relationship right now. And we probably benefit a little bit more than SUU Aviation at this point because we get a lot of the service for free. On the other hand, I mean, SUU does get, valuable experience as they're putting people through this program as they interact with our agency and stuff like that. So it's not like we're just total beggars with our hand out, but it does work out. Two, COVID money. I don't know if specifically that's kind of the thought. We're probably cart before the horse, even knowing. In fact, I'm not even sure if we're going to be able to use that for the jail yet. I was hoping that we would know and have some better stuff. So maybe not. If you guys are thinking about COVID money, I would recommend don't do anything right now because we don't know. If we're talking about regular funds, yeah, we're about ready to outlay a pretty good chunk of money, and most of that's going to go into law enforcement for vehicles. So, I mean, you have to start weighing things. This is a big ask. I like things that are co-op. If you got multiple agencies and so forth, I mean, obviously you have to ask appropriateness, to spend that kind of money for what we are of this size. All these are valid questions, and they're really difficult questions. Finally, the last thing I would say is I would hesitate. I would, and I feel this way with a lot of stuff that you guys approve. If it's this large of an item, it really should be in the budget before you commit the county, especially if there's a chance of it being controversial. To spend money before it's in the budget is technically illegal. Now, sometimes we get away with it because it doesn't put us over budget until we have a chance to change the budget. But I mean, if you have the citizens in an uproar and you've gone ahead and spent this kind of money that wasn't budgeted, then it can get ugly. And so you can always, I mean, if they're smaller amounts, we could always shift money within the budget and cover it. But this is kind of by its definition, I would say we would need a budget adjustment because, I mean, where are we going to come up with this kind of money within the existing budget? You're really not. I mean, you'd need to allocate and appropriate some money. Unless COVID money could be used and you made the decision to do that, then we have some line items already there. We could shift it around. So I'm not even saying anything. I'm just providing some context and all of that stuff. So is there any budget questions or anything like that for me? And frankly, I wonder about doing some reimbursements when they do fly on our account for fuel and man hours and something like that. I don't know.
Bring up because we do appreciate.
We have been getting. I think we've been on the receiving on the winning end of this relationship for a long time, and we do appreciate that a lot.
It seems like while you're here, Dan, it just seems like if we could use COVID money, and if we could reach out to some of our neighboring counties to partner with us, it would be more palatable to me.
Yeah, and the way I read it right now, I don't think you could touch this with COVID money. Now, maybe I keep hearing that they're going to be lesser restrictions, but the 4 things they said, I don't see any.
Wasn't.
So I don't know.
I don't know either. We may not be able to use the gel either for the
I
gel.
was going to say I don't know for sure, but the one positive thing about this particular helicopter, it is set up for medical, and so I don't know if that's helps or not as far as COVID-19.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know that we need a decision today.
Yeah,
but I think that we need to put it before the commission.
We're not going to say no today.
Right. I think we need
I'm
to.
sure.
We need to get it before the commission and let them know, kind of what's going on, and give the people that have the ability to take a look at it and see if it's doable.
I mean, where we have the relationship with SU Aviation, it's awesome, right? Because we're right here with you.
It is.
But when you look at our county size versus Washington County, we're right. I mean, they're way bigger than we are, and they don't have a helicopter. But we're in the position where we can take advantage of this relationship and not take advantage, but benefit from this agreement, right?
And yet saying that, just for
throw it out
trivial sake, do you know who probably the single biggest user of the state helicopter is?
DWR?
Garfield County.
Really?
Yeah, because they have so much.
They have so many tourists.
They have so much tourism with their search and rescue,
small.
and it's so small.
So they're bringing a helicopter from Salt Lake.
Down to do this, and Sheriff Perkins is calling the pilot directly to get that support.
Well, if the state is looking to add a 3rd helicopter and focusing on an area of growth like we are they more likely to? Are they willing to pony up a little more money?
Not right now, because they're getting their money through the state, and through the state legislation, and they've been fighting the legislation to get this helicopter, and they finally got the second one. They're hoping that they'll be able to continue to build their program and get a 3rd helicopter. But when is that going to be? Next year, 5 years, 10 years? Who knows? That all depends on what the legislation recognizes as being a need for DPS and providing that need.
One question from the lessor perspective. I mean, how much time are we talking? Are they ready to pull the plug in 2 weeks?
So on the last deal, literally, SUU was applying for the grant to the state while they were meeting, trying to get an extension on the lease that same day. So we've got another lease agreement till the end of June. The lease agreement till the end of June, and
they're looking for good faith, or
and really I think that's what it comes down to. It's Delaware State Police is the one that owns the helicopter. It was a police helicopter that now they're selling, and they've allowed us to be able to extend this lease because they knew that we were applying for a grant through DOJ, which we ended up not qualifying for. And now because of SUU applying for the second grant through the state, they've extended it out again. So I think that if that grant gets approved and then if the commission decided that we could pony up the money, it may have to wait until the next budget year. Then I think that they would probably go ahead and extend out the lease again. But
so currently SUU is paying for the lease?
Yes.
And then we're getting primarily because of all the lease payments. Are they considering the lease payments over time? Is that why we're getting such a good price on the aircraft?
Do you know?
So right now SCU is paying per hour, so they pretty much cover maintenance and fuel costs. So that way it is not costing the owner any money to have it flying. So he's not incurring any cost on it. Sorry, what was the second part?
No, that's okay. And they're making a lease payment to boot. I just wondered if the good deal had to do with the fact that
right.
we've been leasing it for so
the
long.
good deal is essentially that it's going to a fellow law enforcement agency.
It's goodwill.
That the helicopter as it sits, the owner said that if he wanted to, he could sell it next week for 1.8.
And from our perspective, we're getting $1.3 million aircraft or $3.1 million aircraft for 1.3, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I could tell you one concern that I have is competing interests with the employee pay and benefits. I mean, that's a challenge each fall, and it's there's limited budget. I think it's fantastic, but that to me is a concern, just because that puts that line item in competition with what else the commissioners have to consider each fall. But I'm not speaking against it. That's a concern I have.
No, and I understand. I mean, I get that there's only so much money to go around, and there's a lot of competing interests, and those things are all have to be taken into consideration and looked at. You know, one of the things to me that makes this so important, though, is because it gives us the ability to literally save life when we may have lost lives because of our inability to get to victims.
Like you say, that Washington County crash up by Cola probably might have gone the other way.
And there's been several of those. I mean, we've had several of those where people have been in need of medical evacuation on search and rescues, and we're in very difficult areas to be able to get to be able to get them out by hand, you know, and to be able to find a place to land a helicopter on a mountaintop and be able to load them up in a Stokes basket and get them there saves hours of time. And, you know, that in turn saves lives when people are critically injured. You know, this pursuit that we had out in Burl, you know, because the suspect was running from us through fields and through fences and
I saw that on Facebook.
You know, the dust cloud that was generated for the deputies to be able to continue pursuit was only because Devin was able to call that pursuit out and tell us what was going on, where the suspect vehicle was, and you know what to do so that they were able to stop without running into him or whatever else. You know, I've used them on SWAT calls with the Night Sun, where we were able to light up the incident and be able to provide officer safety by being able to clearly see the suspects. I mean, those things are all life-threatening type things, where the helicopter provides us an asset that isn't normally available to us. And you know, so from that aspect, I think it's important. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm glad we could start the conversation, and I would say keep us updated. Like, I mean, keep us updated in real time. If I mean, whatever it is, positive or negative, let's stay on it and see what we can do.
I would like to also, would you be willing to reach out to Washington County and do the same presentation in their commission meeting and talk to them about some kind of partnership? Because obviously they got a serious thing going on, we're going to help them, right? So if we had an asset like that, but I would like to see us reach out to our fellow counties and see what participation they might be willing to participate in. I don't know what you guys think. But
No, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I
called Commissioner Iverson. He said he seemed, not to put words in his mouth, but he seemed open. I didn't ask him, but he jumped on that, you know, and just kind of made that comment. So might give us you know, some more options.
Well, we'll be happy to look at other options and see, you know. And I'll be happy to bring it up with Chief Adams as well, even though their use of it is relatively limited, at least compared to how we've used it.
Yeah. That's understandable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
As long as you're up there, let's move on to Firehouse.
So,
another presentation.
So this is a good news story. Instead of asking for money, we're receiving money. As many of you are familiar with Firehouse Subs, they take a portion of their meals that are sold and put it in a grant fund for public safety. And the Sheriff's Office applied for a grant through Firehouse Subs to purchase 12 Invisio communication headsets and the associated accessories. What those headsets are is they're for the SWAT team to be able to listen to what's going on and be able to have clear communications while they're going through, you know, a tactical operation. One of the things that's nice about these headsets is it gives them the ability of being able to monitor two different radios. So, for example, the tactical team is on one radio frequency. The incident command is on another radio frequency. And so when I was the team commander, I had to have 2 radios in order to be able to hear what the incident command was doing and talking about from the outside of the scene, and be able to still monitor my tactical team as we were getting ready to go in and do whatever we had to do. What this system does is it gives the availability to be able to monitor 2 different radios simultaneously. So as a team commander, you can listen to both your team and also to the incident command on one radio set, which is a huge thing. But with that technology, it's also very expensive. So for the purchase of 12 of these sets with the accessories, the purchase price was $24,954. And we applied for a grant through Firehouse Subs and were awarded that grant. So now we're bringing it to the commission for acceptance of the grant so that we can move forward with it.
Great. Call for a motion. Number 7.
I would certainly move to agree to accept the award funding of $24,954 from Firehouse Subs, and that's wonderful that they gave that to us.
Yeah, that is great. I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, discussion and possible approval to sell a 1994 case loader from the road department. I assume that's John.
Any chance that we can get $600,000 out of it?
If you're going to talk to the cheap seats, you better come up to the microphone.
That was awesome. We just move on that one.
Maybe if you can find a sugar daddy.
Okay. Don't have a lot of information. It's a 1994 case loader.
It's broke down.
Is it?
Yeah.
You probably know more about it than me because I didn't get much more from Preston on this.
Yeah, it's got some issues that they and.
Well, and we were getting them a new one this year.
You're right. Right.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
So this is the old one.
They might just buy it for parts or something. Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Not,
in fact, somebody's been pushing us on it to sell it because he's got another one that he needs parts for or whatever. But it's I don't know that it's even running. So. Yeah.
So how does that process go?
So we put it on the public auction, the public surplus website, and I don't have guidance as far as what we should put as a reserve or if we should put one.
I planned on it.
And in one sense, there's value for just having it gone.
Yeah, because it's just sitting there.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I don't know the amount, but Preston seemed to know
So-
what it was about.
So Chanel just checked, and Preston would like to set the reserve at 5,500.
Okay.
So
That's what I was going to say, 5,000 something, yeah. So should I make a motion on that?
Sure.
I'll move for approval to sell a 1994 case loader from the road department.
Could you
mention the reserve?
Oh, and the reserve on that is 5,500.
With a $5,500 reserve. Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Let's move. We're going to skip number 9. Number 9 is going to be a closed session. Let's move personnel in front of number 9.
Hey, thanks.
So that you're not in limbo all afternoon.
All right, first on the agenda is in the assessor's office for your approval. Riley Carter was selected during the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill for the full-time deputy assessor and clerical, effective June 1st, 2021.
Let's handle that one
I'll
alone.
Okay, I'll move to approve that new hire, Riley Carter, as a full-time deputy assessor, clerical backfill of a vacant position, effective date June 1st, 2021.
Do I have
Second.
a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, in the Tourism, Parks, Rec, and Natural Resource Department, they're all going to share. J. Scott Wilson was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill as the seasonal outdoor maintenance technician, and it will be a full-time, not a part-time position for seasonal, and that will be effective May 10th of 2021.
Now say that again.
Full-time seasonal?
Full-time seasonal, yeah.
Full-time, so it's full-time,
So
but
it's
just for how many
Just
months?
it's
Like
going to be
6 months?
probably this month till we're hoping to extend it until September.
And that
And that will still be
that'll
open.
just be opened
seasonal.
up as we need it.
Yeah.
Every year. This won't continue.
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's not a continuous process.
This is-
He knows that it's just a.
This is mostly
Just for the summer.
5 Mile and some of those things we got going on.
Okay. Motion?
There's a different position for 5 which has been approved by the grant. This is for just her regular seasonal park stuff.
But he's also being shared
I
with
thought-
Mike
Shared.
Worthen.
I thought he was going to be shared with too.
So maybe you know more than I do.
The only reason I know anything is because I had somebody I recommended to Maria, and she says, "Oh no, we're going to be opening up another position specifically with the grant for 5 Mile."
Oh.
This is to do.
What's changed with our workload on the other part? Why are we?
No, we usually do.
This is a
we
regular
usually do
one
this
for
every year.
her.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a regular
Not a
one
new
for her,
one.
a yearly one.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They definitely share those resources well.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move for approval of a new hire, Scott Wilson, as a full-time seasonal outdoor maintenance technician, effective date May 10th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the next one on the agenda, we're going to discuss a little bit after this, but I kind of wanted to give a little bit of context for those that are kind of following along. So I'll give you what I have that we'll talk about. All right. This is the first step of an ongoing dialogue in pay. I'll be, like I said, meeting with you outside this meeting to kind of explain the step-by-step, the figures that are kind of a financially conservative, I guess is the right term, for the pay scale spreadsheet that was created back in 2017. We'll talk today a little bit about the lowest pay scales within the county, which are the clerical level employees. It outlines on that spreadsheet I just gave you the employees that have fallen furthest behind on their pay scale. Depending on a couple of factors, it goes into account the hire date, the length of their current position, and their evaluation score. So we can kind of talk about that a little bit in depth here, or it's up to you on what kind of questions you have. There's some department heads here too that would be happy to talk about some of it too, if that's where we want to go.
And I wanted to apologize. There was some discussion as to whether to include this on the agenda, and some of this might be better as an administrative discussion.
Sure.
But I just said I appreciate Jen and Commissioner Wood for kind of moving this ball forward.
So I can kind of talk a little bit about it. The first line going across is just the department, the person's name, the employee's name, their hire date, the department they work in, their current hourly rate, and then on the fiscally conservative spreadsheet that was created, the new hourly rate suggestion for the year with their minimum, mid, and max level for that position, and what percentage they fall on that structure scale. And kind of going along with the discussions that we've had with some of the department heads, we kind of had a jumping off point in order to kind of just evaluate where we would be able to hire someone on given if that person left. I don't know in this kind of climate if we could hire someone at the rate that we're currently at. So that would be a good conversation that we can have later. And then if anyone has any feedback on that too, I'm willing to have that discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So in 2019, whenever we did, when Adrian was here prior. So this would have been, I think we started this conversation, Dan and John may remember specifically, in 2016-ish, to look at trying to build a tool to help us move forward in the future.
Correct.
So, and we've had a ton of discussion about that tool. So, and to my recollection, in either 2016 or 2017, we, using that algorithm, we determined that between compression issues and just general low wages, we funded, I believe, about $700,000 that year.
Yes.
To catch up to the minimum.
Well, it was a portion of the catch-up.
Okay, and that's my question, because I don't remember. So
I believe it was 20%, but don't quote me on that. It might have been a little bit more. I wasn't here, so.
Well, my long diatribe is I'm trying to jog my own
60 or 70, but honestly,
trying to jog my own memory and try and
write the
figure
percentage
out
down in the minutes because we looked.
I came on in November of 16, started in January of 17. At that point, Adrian's spreadsheet was already a thing, but we didn't implement anything. So I think 2016 was maybe during the creation of that.
It was a mid-year implementation in 17,
and
partial.
What happened was in the budget hearings in the fall to winter of 16, Commissioner Brinkerhoff insisted on a flat 25-cent raise.
Dollar amount increase.
Basically, we had this new shiny tool and we just threw it in the trash and we did a 25-cent raise. Then we went and readdressed it in 17 because we had the compression issue.
There was 3 commissioners, though, right?
There was 3, but it was kind of Dale's. It was
Just
Dale's.
saying.
Fair point.
No. But it was Dale's initiative, and they said, "Okay, we'll do that." And so that was kind of his thing. You know, at SUU, I had, anyways, and so he came in and really insisted on that, and they went along. And I don't think you were on the commission at that time. I think, for that vote, I think that was Casey and Alma.
There wasn't going to be any, and then Casey had kind of done some things, and there was a small flat raise, 25 cents per hour for everyone across the board.
Right.
And that was 16, but the spreadsheet, the formula had been created, and then it wasn't until mid-year 17 that action was taken.
Right, and that action again, because of that, and I'm just providing context really, because Dale's his approach was he really wanted more of a across the board approach, and I remember at that time Alma and Mike was involved by that point, and Alma was saying, well, we need to do something, and so then there was like this hybrid.
And there was the compression issue.
There was an issue to try and deal with that, deal with the compression, and so it was a hybrid of half of the approach of Adrian's spreadsheet, or whatever that percentage was, 70, 60 or whatever, and a COLA.
Yeah.
It was a hybrid approach in 17.
The most compressed employees actually were bumped more.
Yeah.
As I recall. Yeah.
And I think what we didn't want to do is we didn't want to have this big, massive thing that was going to fix a bunch of compression issues and have some employees that had nothing. And so that's why the decision was to have this small COLA.
Yes.
And that was 17.
That was 17.
And then 18, once again, the debate was whether to do anything with the spreadsheet. And we may have just did a COLA. I don't remember on 18. I'm a little vague on 18. And then last year we did a COLA.
2019 was the average 2.9.
Okay. And that was pretty significant in 2019. That was a big dollar amount.
Then 2020
was a COLA. So I was just trying to, with my horrible memory, provide some context.
No, and that was my question was, so we spent a huge time and effort with Adrian and trying to build this tool, but then never implemented it. So I guess never gave it a chance to come to fruition and see what it would.
Correct.
Is that a fair
It's a
statement?
fair statement.
Okay.
Jen,
I'm just
maybe
trying to
could
catch
you
my own
speak
self up.
to the philosophy of it a little bit and what it was
Bet.
meant to do.
Yeah, you bet. So the spreadsheet, it's great in theory, and I love that it really took a broad, I don't know what the right word is, but and I keep saying it was very fiscally conservative because it doesn't give away the farm. It takes in so many factors. So it takes in the hire date as well as the time that the person has been in the position. So those two factors are big because it will kind of weed out the person who keeps shopping around and jumping from department to department. It gives loyalty points, if that's the right word. It also takes into effect the minimum, mid, max, and it gives it a year, kind of a structure to where you know where you're going to be going if you fully implement it. So they know that they're going to get something that goes along that pay scale. So it gives them something to kind of look forward to. And then you don't change the mid, and max unless we do a COLA on top of that. So it stays there unless it's a COLA year.
So a cost of living adjustment moves the scale.
But otherwise it
Not the
stays
pay.
flat. It does not move.
And part of it came because we had employees that had been here for 20, 30 years that
Correct.
were only halfway through their pay scale.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, and that's kind of why I gave you the one that I gave you today, because those are the ones that are the most, that kind of just jump out at me as I started at the bottom. And there are, kind of like you said, compression issues throughout it, but these are the most, I think the ones that need to be fixed first, if that's the right wording. So on that spreadsheet, it just kind of gives you, underneath their name, what the raise would be if you just got off the spreadsheet, and then the raise it would be if you changed that the minimum pay for that position. And then the total on the last page. And we can talk about it a little bit more in depth because I kind of want to go through each line of that spreadsheet so you can kind of know exactly why they play off of each other.
Yeah.
I'm the one that asked John to maybe, I know there's issues and I know we need to discuss them and deal with them. But I thought that this might be a good starting point, but maybe we can sit down administratively and hash this out in a private setting a little more.
You bet.
I just hope that, and I'm not trying to sound negative, I hope, I come from the private sector. And since Mary and what's that?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, all of us.
I'm saying as far as pay goes,
Right,
I come from the
right.
private sector, and I know that when we look at that somebody's only making $15 an hour. I hope we always consider in the fact that there's benefits along with this. When Mary and I, when we started getting benefits when I became a commissioner, our health insurance, we were paying $10,000 a year it was our deductible. And we hardly ever met it because we just never did meet that. And so the benefits, I think those have to be factored in too. At least when you compare it to maybe private sector that don't offer those benefits, we need to consider that is all.
And I do have a salary study that was put on. We pay for it every single year. It is up to the HR head to factor in those numbers. So there are a few counties that don't participate as every year goes. So it doesn't really have up-to-date figures. However, I do have those for you to look at just from this year. That might help. And then if we want to address that in the future to possibly even go out and about to get an actual study done, it might be beneficial too. It's just, it's what you guys want to do.
I have a question.
Sure.
In other counties, do they ever make it so that the head of that department, they have a budget for and then they can give their own raises, so it takes it off the commissioners. It puts it back on the actual department head. And then maybe they don't get a new chair this year, but they give a raise. Kind of like that. Have you ever heard of that type of
not
a situation?
really. In public sector, not really. They go more of a step and grade kind of a system where they know where they're going to be, given that there's no write-ups or they're on disciplinary or whatever. That's more of a standard than that. I've not really seen any other county.
That. Have you talked to any of the others?
I have a couple of them. Yeah, Washington County I talk to very frequently. So,
yeah,
because they're our neighbors. But yeah, And we have a email chat stream that it comes up a lot.
With the HR
Mhm.
departments. I was just questioning that. Somebody asked me about
Sure.
that, and I said, well, that'd be
And in the
interesting.
public sector, that's definitely something that it's more free.
Yeah.
Flowing. I mean, especially since people don't talk about their wages too. So.
Yes, and I understand that part too. It's really hard.
This was something that Cindy, the former assessor, used to always request. She's like, just give me my budget, let me deal with it. And obviously, we have to have the same approach countywide. At the state, they have their program, and it's similar to more of a step and grade, but they give a certain amount of budget to all of the, whatever they are, departments or whatever, where they have a bonus budget, and then they can dish out bonuses to try to get for merit or whatever to try to incentivize. The single biggest challenge in public sector is everything is transparent.
It's hard.
Like,
That's
and I
really
want to apologize to everybody with this part-time position. That's kind of what helped start this little brush fire. It was not intended to have this disparity of pay that would amongst kind of clerical staff, and I think it surprised. It didn't anyways. But that's a perfect example of transparency in the private sector. What you pay that employee and what you pay that employee, none your business.
Yeah.
And you can tell somebody, I'm giving you a raise and thanks for being such a great employee and all this stuff, and please keep it quiet. This is between us. And they go and blab about it, you fire them, you know? I mean, but that's not the public sector. It is what it is. Everybody knows what everybody gets paid. And so there's no good system because they all have major weaknesses, but not having a system is even worse than than having a bad system. So
I would like you to, another setting where we can sit down. I'm not aware of this spreadsheet that Adrian
Okay,
created.
I would
like to learn about
That'd
it.
be great.
And I think rewarding somebody for longevity and years of service, I think that's awesome. I think that I would like to look at it, but.
Sure.
But I just wasn't prepared to.
And I apologize.
I mean, it says on the
Well,
agenda
that's my fault, too.
discussion and approval. I don't really appreciate that language, John.
Well, that's my
I think
fault.
we should put
I'm gonna be
discussion and
honest.
possible approval or discussion
next time.
because I wasn't prepared for this. I mean, I don't think we're prepared today to vote.
And that's
on
fine.
this.
And
It just
I
kind of
think-
opens up
I
the
think
door.
the rest of us, I mean, we've probably talked about it more to the employees,
employees,
and that.
yeah.
And
And I would love to eventually, I mean, not today, I would love to come to find a tool that depoliticizes the pay scale.
Yes.
That we have a tool that we're comfortable putting in place, that if we follow that tool I mean, that would be what's the word I'm looking for? That following the tool would be the rule, not the exception.
Yeah.
You know, in a year that something really bad happens, maybe we go back and revisit it and say
Sure.
we need to look at that. But man, I would love to find a tool that keeps us moving forward, because I had to vote on that $700,000 catch up
Right.
because it hadn't been working. I would love to find an incremental tool that's going to take the decision away from the commissioners, not take it away, but allow us to stand back and say, yep, we're good this year. We let the process go, and it's not something that we're continually debating and fighting over. I mean, let's find something that we can implement that's fair and equitable.
is it some kind of a percentage?
It is, and
It
it's
is.
based on
Okay.
multitude of factors for each employee. Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
pretty
I'm really open to look at
I mean,
that.
I'm pretty familiar with it, and I'm not a numbers guy. Like, Dan and I talk about motorcycles, not spreadsheets, for a reason, because right over my head. But we have those guys that understand that, and so I think I mean, I would love to see us give this tool a chance. And
So we
let-
can always pull it
and
back.
let it
Yeah.
work for a few years
Yeah,
and
it's not set in
see.
stone.
I mean, if it's not working in a few years, then we revisit it,
Sure.
or something to that.
Yeah.
There's my soapbox. I'd love to figure something out so
Thanks,
this isn't a
Jan,
continuous
Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you,
your
and I
work
apologize
on
for
all
wording
of
that. That was my fault. I'll take ownership of that. I'll put possible on every single one because I don't want to assume anything for sure. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. We need to address number 9. Number 9 is strategy session to discuss the potential purchase, exchange, or lease of real property. And a note that this portion of the meeting may be closed pursuant to UCA 52-4-205D. So we need a motion to go into closed. Need a motion to go into closed session.
And cite that
and in that
code.
motion, it needs to cite the reason for going into closed session, including that code. So
Which you can read off the agenda.
I will move. I will move to go into closed session to discuss the potential purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, and this is per UCA 52-4-205D.
Very good. Second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. We'll retire to the back room. waiting on Joan.
You're,
There you up.
golden.
Okay. We are going to move out of closed session back into regular open session of our commission meeting, and we're on to non-delegated items. Do we have anything to discuss in Prairie Dogs? Great. What about county boards for today?
We have
We have that one.
that one. I
County
think.
board.
So we have, okay, for planning commission, now this would be for the seat currently occupied by Mike Brown, correct?
No, by Blake DeMille.
Mike Brown is stepping down.
But Blake DeMille
Is gone.
is gone.
He's gone.
Yeah,
So we need to
he's gone.
replace him first, I think.
What?
Okay.
He's resigned. He said he's done.
He was done as of last meeting, correct?
Yeah. Yep. He said goodbye to everybody.
Okay. What do we, and which seat does Blake occupy?
I didn't.
I don't know that they're
I don't know
numbered
that-
per se, but you could make a motion if you've got an individual to just say we appoint so-and-so to replace.
Right.
Well, I'll go ahead and make that motion to replace Blake DeMille, who has said that this last meeting was his last planning commission meeting, with Roger Thomas, and he lives up in Cedar Highlands.
And I'll second that.
And did
Jim
Byler-
Byler
did Jim
is
Byler-
gone, right?
He left. He's gone.
That's what we should replace him with.
Okay, he moved back to California. Okay.
I don't know if you know Larry Milliker, or Larry Miracle, who was the planning commission chair up there. That's who Jim suggested, but we really haven't talked much about that.
Well, the chair, Phil Schmidt, called me and asked me. He specifically requested that he work with Roger. Was his request.
With Roger.
With Roger Thomas, with Choice Builders. That's who Phil would like to have fill that seat.
Roger'd be great.
And I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, we just have 2 seats, so
2 seats.
Jim Byler.
Well, Jim's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have his seat and we have Blake DeMille. So there are 2 seats that need to be filled.
Yes, correct. Yes.
When is Mike going to be done?
Whether we replace him.
Oh, really?
His term's up, but we've been trying to find somebody out in Escalante Valley, and he had suggested a couple of names, and so, but I have not talked to them because I haven't talked to anybody yet about that.
So
Probably
that's a
oughta
concern
talk
for
to
me.
them
Are these positions at large, or do we just try to?
Positions are at large.
Okay,
We just
that's
try
what I've understood.
to have a regional.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
And that's why with Roger,
nervous.
he's up from up. I don't think you want 2 from up there necessarily. I mean,
So you've got a motion to.
So, okay, we've got a motion to approve Roger, and a second.
Someone has talked to him.
That's a
well,
that's a
Phil,
good question.
Phil has, and he asked me, pulled me aside at the
Yeah, we just need to
at
know.
the Spring Garden.
It's not going to be a surprise to him.
He pulled me aside at the Spring Garden Fair and said, "Hey, I'd really like to serve on the planning commission if you support that." He said, "I know Phil Schmidt wants me on there," and and Phil worked with him on another capacity. He said he was awesome. So, and Roger's very professional, very good. He would be great.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, that's where I'm. Like, where are we? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Are we?
And I don't know that we have another
I don't know that
name
we're ready to
we've
move forward on
so
anything
quite-
else right now.
We
know.
do that next
Okay.
commission meeting, I'm thinking.
All right. Anything else?
I move to adjourn.
Me too. We're going to adjourn. No, we don't actually have to have it. We don't have to have. We just declare.